The
I'm sorry,
cybertech.
you have 3 minutes.
Wow. So the cybertech theater, let me just run down, is a kind of a combination of machines, systems that project a TFD project to the online audience. What are the process of a cybertech theater? The cybertech theater uses video streaming to project its content to the audience. For you to create a video streaming, you need an encoder. Then the TFD project is one of the things you consider in creating a cybertech theater. Then let's look at the cybertech theater adventures. We created a CFD in quest to test the ability of merging theater for development and digital technology to reaching wider audience. Then we went into a project called the Herdsmen Advocacy Project in Anambra State. There we brought in a streaming setup. We created a channel on the YouTube where we can now organize a TFD project in the community and then let the TFD project reach out to a wider audience using the cybertech theater method. To achieve this, we created a video streaming setup and then created a channel on the YouTube. Though we created our own personal television channel, which we called Avant-Garde Theater 24 to streamline our performances. So because it's an experimental project, we had a challenge. The community's ability and the poor network system could not allow the system, us to transmit live. So we had to record. Then in our second project, which was a children's theater, we did a children's theater in nearby community, which had a more internet network. We were able to streamline the performance. So this is a kind of marine theater for development with digital technology to reach a wider audience. Then in our conclusion, we now said that it's obvious that cybertech theater provides new dimension to live and live performances through the mode of its operation and that of the media. It suggests a growing TFD and media influence and relationship. The aim is to build for the Theater for Development project, which with a broader view and broader audience reception and active participation. The live becomes both on stage and on mediated platforms. Consequently, those audience who are usually limited or restricted by location, time, and distance are open to being participants of this project through the cybertech theater. In all, the place of life goes beyond indigenous life.
Sorry.
Is my time
You
up?
have exhausted your
Okay.
time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe I'll take the rest from the question.
Thank you. Yeah,
Yes.
thank you, Dr. Anthony Nalwe, for this wonderful presentation. And before we move ahead, I would like to give you this question so that you can assimilate before we come to the question and answers time. We would like you to elaborate about the TFD and then the impact of TFD on the media convergence, which is our theme, particularly during the post-colonial time. So you can assimilate that. Do we have Dr. Catherine Wonkoro with us? Dr. Catherine, are you around? I can see you online. Dr. Catherine, can you hear me? Dr. Anthony, can you hear me?
I can hear you very well.
Okay, it means that Dr. Catherine can hear me, unless if she has network problem. Dr. Catherine, since you cannot say anything, I think I will just, since I'm part of the presenters, I'll just continue with the presentation instead of us waiting for people so that we cannot waste time. I'm going to share. Dr. Anthony will be my timekeeper. We have 10 minutes for our presentation, but let me share my screen before you can start your
timing.
Okay, host has disabled, he has disabled sharing of the screen. So I will just continue with my presentation. You have seen myself, I'm going to stop my video so that I will have a strong network.
Yes.
Okay, so the title of my work is an ethnographic study of the Hausa language in online media, the case of infodemic. That is the title of the work. And yes. The abstract is that we are going to look at the advent of the internet in the late 1990s as a significant turning point for African journalism. Its impact has been profound, enabling convergence with traditional news media and expanding broadcast architecture to reach larger audience. Moreover, social media has empowered indigenous language users with cultural liberty and immunity to external cultural influence. So the convergence of legacy broadcasting channels with the internet has benefited indigenous language broadcasting, particularly in non-metropolitan or colonial areas. This positive outcome has been made possible by the widespread availability and affordability of smartphones and cheap data, as various telecommunications companies across Africa fiercely compete to provide data-hungry African youth with the lowest price data. So smartphones have been revolutionized media convergence by seamlessly integrating broadcast media such as streaming websites like Netflix and static stations like YouTube, radio applications like tuning, print media like ebooks, and applications by major open traditional printed newspapers. So this study examines the use of the Hausa language on social media during the infodemic era. An infodemic is a rapid spread of accurate and inaccurate information about issues. The term coined in 2003 by David Rockoff rose to prominence in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic. So the analysis thoroughly examined text-based interaction concerning the use of the Hausa language about misinformation and disinformation on various social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. The investigation employed Coordinate 1998 ethnographic approach focusing on online community media. So what we are going to discuss today is, thank God we have listened to the keynote address speaker. He talked about the media convergence in relation to so many horizons. He talked about the positive role of media convergence on the film Nollywood. This as I don't blame them because they are taking from their own perspective. So as a linguist, I'm also going to talk about the impact of media convergence from the linguistic perspective. That is why I am using the indigenous languages, the presence of the indigenous languages on the social media. And we all know that the media wields immense power in democratizing African nations, allowing individuals to freely express their opinions through voices and choices. It informs, persuades, entertains, and facilitates cultural exchange among communities. So the significance of indigenous media cannot be overstated, and it is not limited by the requirement to learn dominant languages such as English, French, German, or Portuguese. Including indigenous language media in any social context is democratization, providing complete control over narratives and the liberty to present alternative viewpoints in an indigenous languages. And many studies attested to that. And we know that social media is the primary driver of what? Of media convergence. A discussion on social media. Social media is web-based service that enable individuals, communities, and organizations to collaborate, connect, interact, and build community by allowing the creation, co-creation, modification, sharing, and engagement of easily accessible user-generated content. So social media or social network platforms are mainly conversational, consisting of Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn, and so on and so on. Image sharing and messaging platforms include Instagram, Pinterest, and Snapchat. Video sharing sites like YouTube, Vimeo, and TikTok. And then we have discussion forums such as Reddit, Quora, and Dig. We also have blogging and publishing platforms, which include Wattpad, Inc., and WordPress. But on top of all, the primary conveyor who lead the amalgamation of a media convergence is media convergence is the Nigerian telecommunication sector. So the Nigerian telecommunication sector was deregulated in 2001 which led to the private investors providing telephony services. And the backbone of any social media we know is access to the internet. So in 2000, Nigeria had 400,000 telephone lines. By 2018, the number had jumped to 147 million, and as of April 2021, there are 202, pardon me, I'm not very good with numbers, 200213994 users. So in northern Nigeria, access to the internet is mainly through smartphones. So there were 2,225 million telephone subscribers in Nigeria at the end of 2022, which was an increase of 27.1 million compared to the end of 2021. We are just talking about the genesis. I wish you can see my screen. So a media convergence combines previously separate media technologies through digitalization and computer networks. And example of media convergence are ubiquitous with smartphones incorporating various technologies. Then when we have a positive outcome of media convergence, and then we have the negative outcome. We have listened to the keynote addresser talk about the promotion of business, promotion of films, promotion of education through media convergence. And he also talked about promotion of misinformation and disinformation. And that is what I'm going to talk about in the concept of infodemic. According to the World Health Organization, the COVID-19 pandemic has led to an infodemic, an overwhelming amount of information, some accurate and some not, making it difficult to discern reliable sources and guidance. So the infodemic is characterized by a search of information on particular topic, which can proliferate due to specific events such as the pandemic. And in this case, I'm taking an example from the COVID-19 pandemic. So this leads to the spreading of misinformation, rumor, and manipulating information. Misinformation and disinformation. So we know that misinformation is a dissemination of information without the intention of manipulation, but it is dissemination of wrong information, while disinformation is deliberate dissemination of wrong information to manipulate people. And that is what happened during the pandemic. And the Hausa language has been used on social media platforms to propagate such misinformation. Therefore, when we look at the social platform, we realize that they are the powerful tools that enhance public awareness and access to information. However, the spread of misinformation coincides with the growth of this platform. So this convergence also coincides with the growth of the misinformation, which are false and accurate information, as we have discussed. Therefore, we use an ethnographic approach. Or before I can say that, I don't need to explain what is Hausa language, but we all know that it belongs to Afro-Asiatic family. And then according to Bunza, out of the 7,600 languages of the world, Hausa is ranked number 11. It is an essential language in Africa. It is also the second language spoken after Swahili, if we consider something other than Arabic. But it is difficult to say how many Hausa speakers there are because estimates vary significantly from source to source. But according to Spectator Index, Hausa speakers are between 40 to 150 million. And we know Hausa is an official language in Nigeria and Niger and is spoken in numerous countries around West Africa. For example, the main Hausa-speaking country is northern state of Nigeria, southern Niger, and northern Ghana, where Hausa is the primary language of communication. Therefore, it will not surprise us when the Hausa speakers establish themselves on the social media. So I'm going to look at the ethnography. I will approach the media convergence of the misinformation during the pandemic through an ethnographic approach. What do you mean by an ethnographic approach? As opposed to ethnography, which deals with the ethic and the society, the community, it deals with the community and their culture. This time around, we are dealing with the online community, that is net, from the what? Ethnography from the internet. So we are dealing with the online community. That is why Coordinate introduced ethnography. It has three elements: investigation, and then we have interaction, and then we have immersion. So you immerse, you interact, you investigate. Sometimes you stand as a local, you just watch, and then but despite that, it provides us with a hard-driven data. That is one of the advantage of convergence, if I can say. Then we look at the Hausa forums like Facebook, like YouTube, Like we didn't look at WhatsApp because it's a closed forum. You only have to look at the conversation of those people you have access to. But Facebook are public, and then YouTube is also public, and then Twitter. So we look at all those, and then we analyze them, and we analyze the use of misinformation during the pandemic in Hausa language. So we look at some group like Northern Hibiscus, like Siring Amache. All these are Hausa bloggers or Hausa groups that establish themselves on the social media. And I wish you can see my screen because I have done the ethnographic study where we have the statistical number of the episode we have examined and the statistical number of the misinformation we found in Hausa language on those platforms. So therefore, what we have done is, even though we know that the convergence have brought about a lot of positive changes, it also propagates negativity. So we look at the conspiracy theories on the handles of the YouTube. We look at the conspiracy theories on the handles of the Twitter, and then the misinformation and the disinformation, which of course we have their percentage here. And then after that, we realize that even though we are trying to look at the negative aspect of the misinformation and the use of indigenous language, we realize that this preliminary ethnographic survey of Hausa indigenous language use of social media during the pandemic reveals the vibrancy of the media convergence and indigenous language usage positively and negatively. Positively in the sense that it's globalized the language, and then it's a way of revitalizing the language itself, and it's which is a necessary ingredient in cultural survival. They also, as I've said, they have also globalized the language. And from our end, that is from the end of the researcher, I am armed with data-driven decision-making research. So they have done a lot of things. We learned that there's also propagation of misinformation and disinformation, that is negative impact of the social media convergence. And then we have the positive impact, that is of revitalization and then globalization, and also equipping us with the data. But while individual group posting were not analyzed, a cursory look at the groups revealed little English or other content. So it is therefore assumed that the media convergence, the social media is the primary agent of the media convergence. I think I will call it a day. Oh, I'm rounding up. Is it not yet time? Anthony, are you there? Oh my God. Am I just talking like this? Anthony, can you hear me? Is anybody there?
I'm here. Can you hear
Oh,
me?
yes, I can hear you very well. Did you hear my presentation at all?
Everything. I heard everything. The time is up already. I'm giving you just 1 minute to summarize your points.
Okay.
We can hear you, madam.
Oh, thank you
Are you
very
done?
much. Yeah, I'm done, but I can still summarize. I'm
Just summarize in a
emphasizing.
minute.
Yeah, social media is a new driver of the convergent media sector. And then we know that it refers to technologies, platform, and services that enable individuals. While the entertainment, gain a lot from the media convergence, also indigenous language gain a lot also from the media convergence. Though we have looked at it, we have looked at the negative aspect of it, but that doesn't stop us from realizing that it has become a breeding ground for also parading our indigenous languages, not just a breeding ground for parading misinformation and disinformation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sani Mohammed, right?
Yeah. So now, do we have any other presenter? Any other presenter with us? Do we have Dr. Isiomasi Ngokoro? Or do we have Stella Omotuwase? If they're not around, you can as well go ahead and ask me a question or answer the question I have asked you. And if among the audience we have any question, please indicate that either in the comment chat, in the chat box, or by raising your hand. I can see you. Otherwise, you just continue, go ahead and answer our question, Dr. Anthony. The question I'll ask you about elaborating the TFD and then telling us the impact of TFD on the media convergence, particularly during this post-colonial era.
Okay, thank you very much. TFD, Theater for Development.
Yes. After you, I can see the hand of Maureen. Maureen, let him answer. Okay, let's ask Maureen so that you can just, Maureen,
yes.
Over to you. Maureen,
Okay.
can you hear me? Yeah.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay.
Good
So
afternoon,
afternoon.
everybody.
Ask the question to me and to Dr. Anthony. Yeah.
Okay. The first question will go to Dr. Anthony.
Yes,
So
thank you.
I understand he was talking about live performance on live stage and as well as live online. So I want to understand if it means that online audiences are live when they watch the performances, when they watch performances. I want to understand because we know that when you say live means that the performance is happening and the audience are there live watching the performance. And I want to understand if you say the online performances are live, does it mean that immediately immediately you finish the stage performance that is live, the one on the YouTube, your channel goes off? Or can people still watch it when they want to? Can people still stumble on it to watch after your live performance on stage has ended? So I want.
Okay. Let me start with this last question before I move to the first one.
Okay.
The live audience and the live performance, the online and the stage. According to my definition of live, happening at the same time. So the stage transports that live performance, the immediacy to this the screen through this the created platform. So the performance is no longer live when the performance ends on stage. The enabling platform, just like the encoder and the streaming platform, gives the facilitator the right, the opportunity to record and watch later. That is not longer live streaming. So the performance can only be called live and active live and the live audience online when they join at that, just like both of us are doing online now. If we end this discussion now, it's no longer live, but any of us can have access to this this conference in some other medium, right?
Right, but continue. Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I wanted to get your definition clear. It means that your life is when it's happening and it's still happening on stage. Once the stage ends, it's no longer live, meaning that it's now recorded, that people can go there and access the information as a recorded program.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah.
You may as well go ahead to the next question.
The second question, that should assimilate TFD with the the media convergence as regards 21st century, post-colonial era, right? Okay. If I really understand the question very well, the TFD has not been that theatrical performances that employ so many media. Like I just said, the use of in cyber, that was the essence of creating the new theater form to support the TFD. The creation of a cybertech theater now employs media, the computer, the internet, the camera, the speaker, the microphones and all that to accommodate the presence demand of the post-colonial era. Are you there?
Yes. I am thinking you will answer this question by supplying information from what the last speaker has talked about. You know, when she asked you what is a live performance, you told her that when it is happening on the stage, and then later you record it and keep it aside. This is one of the method of media convergence. it has stopped being live, and then you can still see it as a live performance because it was there on record. Is it not one of the impact of media convergence?
Yeah.
If I may ask.
It is. Yeah, you are right.
So it has already, yeah, okay. So this is one of the impact, plus all the others that you are trying to establish about cyber and so many others. But this is the first number one, because we can now watch the film just as it was live, because it was recorded. Yeah. I think that was one of the notable impact of media convergent on this TFD, or live performance. Am I correct?
Exactly. You're right. Yes, you are right.
Okay. I think you have answered your question. Do you have any question to ask about my presentation, or the audience? Do they have any question to ask me? Even though I talk about Hausa language, but I do not even speak the language.
I have something I would like you to just throw more light.
Okay.
Ethnographic study, right?
Yeah, ethnographic.
And then of Hausa language in an online media.
Yeah, ethnographic. When we talk about ethnography, we are talking about...
Then marry the ethnographic and then infodemic, right?
Yeah.
Infodemic.
Yes.
Okay,
when we
the two terms.
Yeah, when we talk about ethnography, we are talking about a method or an approach that is used by Cognate. It was first introduced when he realized that we have now online community members. Initially, we don't have online community members, but we have social community members. That is why we introduced ethnography, where the researcher will go and immerse himself and learn the culture of that society. Though now that we have the online communities, then Cognate decided to introduce the word ethnography from net. That is your integration, your interaction, your immersion, your investigation of the online community. Yes, you either immerse yourself or you stand as an onlooker, and you observe their interaction. You investigate what you want to investigate. For example, I am trying to investigate the impact of Hausa indigenous language period of epidemic. Because we have I as in interaction, then we have I as in investigation, then we have I as in immersion. So you can, you can use either, you can use amalgamate or integrate the whole of the three, or two. Because sometimes I just stay there as an observer. I did not interact because I don't belong to that community. But once I belong to the community, I interact, I investigate, and I immerse. You understand me? So you immerse, and then you look out for what you are looking for. In my case, I am looking for the Hausa use of the uses of Hausa in propagating misinformation during the pandemic, which we also call infodemic. I'm not the one that coined the word infodemic. It is a researcher that coined it, and it is who authenticate the use of infodemic, particularly during the pandemic. So that is what happened. I have looked at it, even though I'm trying to look at the negative aspect of this use of indigenous language in relation to the convergent media. But I realize that as they are also propagating the misinformation and disinformation, they are at the same time making their language known to the global world. They are at the same time revitalizing their language. So you can say, and they are at the same time making impact on the media convergence. Did I answer your question now about ethnography and then its relationship with the Hausa language and pandemic? Yeah, so I can see that somebody is raising his hand. Maureen, you have a question? Maureen.
Yeah, I'm here. I have a question. So
okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Okay. My question is for you, Doc.
Thank you.
You said you research into the use of the Hausa language to propagate, as in to misinform the general audience and netizens during the pandemic.
Thank you. I have not used that word netizen. I'm supposed to use that word. Thank you for reminding
me.
Yes. The online community are called the netizens. Yes.
Yes. So I want to know, now you said if as in the use of Hausa language, although they're misinformed, but the platform projected them in several ways.
Yes.
Now I am concerned about the misinformation. Is there any way your research showed us? Is there any way your research showed or went into correcting this misinformation through the Hausa language? Are there channels or are there means this misinformation? That's what I want to know. Or do we just take the advantages or the good side of it and ignore the misinformation that your research was all about? How did you tackle the misinformation aspect of it, as in correcting the aspect of as in the negative aspect of the Hausa language on the netizen and the general audience? I don't know if you get what I was trying to explain.
I understand perfectly, and I like your question. You see, this is just one of the objective of my research I'm presenting, because right now I am engaged in a research that is transdisciplinary, which was sponsored by Carnegie and the University of Pretoria. And the title of the research is Misinformation, Technology, and Pseudoscience in Northern Nigeria. So one of the objectives is to find out the online usage of conspiracy theories as misinformation. And the last objective is to create interventions or effective method of curbing the menace. And we have done that. We have already created a communicative tool called Vigilance, which I'm going to present in our next ASAN conference. That Vigilance is coined from COVID and then misinformation and then false science or pseudoscience and then vigilance. So we use that tool to debunk, and then to debunk misinformation. Because that misinformation, we realize that misinformation will lead to another pandemic. Because based on our research, we realize that misinformation consists of using unprolific or unscientific medicine, like scientific use of the pandemic in the next 2050. 10 million people, they said, are going to die because the body will resist to will stop reacting to antibiotics. So that is why, based on this our research, we now coin this communicative tool to debunk, not only debunk but pre-bunk, because now we are faced with another pandemic, God forbid. So we will use that, we will use theater for development. That is why I know a little about theater for development. We will use theater for development, that is via motivational talk and then street drama, to synthesize the people about the graveness of misinformation and the graveness of using unscientific method, or the graveness of using pseudoscience. So a part of it is that using theater for development, and then part of it is using what we call clinic talks, where we will go with our pharmacovigilance tool, and then we write a lot of slogans on them that follow those who wrote, avoid misinformation. I don't want to speak Hausa to you because you will not understand. But all these are the slogans that we are going to use, and then we will enlighten the people in the clinic, and then we will enlighten the people during the marketplace, during the market time, via theater for development. This is what I am doing, but I'm just taking this objective for the sake of this research. That is why I'm just looking at the what do you call it, the Hausa language online, the ethnographic study of the Hausa language during the pandemic. So we have already created, we are at the verge now of implementing or using the scientific communication. This is the next step that we are going to. So really we have an intervention method. But before you can have any intervention method, you have to study it and find out. And that is what we have done. We have studied it and we have found out that there are a lot of misinformation and disinformation which is posing grave danger for the sustainability. Because what we are looking at is now how to solve the problem, not just this problem, but solve the problem of next generation without compromising the generation. So that is what we are doing now. We are going to do that transdisciplinary or dissemination of our intervention research via pharmacovigilance and via clinical and via TFD. Have I answered your question?
Yes, you have. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank
welcome.
you.
Yeah. Any other question again?
Yeah. Good afternoon, Professor Awa.
Any other question? Do we have one of our presenters here with us so that maybe they can present? You know, we are only two. We are supposed to be four.
Yes. Professor Awa, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you very well.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Ifan Yonyike.
Okay, hello, Ifeanyi.
Yeah, good afternoon. Sorry, I hope that the question I'm about to ask now, I don't know if you have already handled it. Because while you were talking, at some points, your voice was cut off. We could no longer hear you. But
okay.
Yeah, I guess that ethnography is a variation of ethnography, right? The difference is that this one is now a study of social culture online, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Please, can you share insights on your method of data collection and analysis? I don't know if you have already handled that, but please, can you repeat?
Okay. I have handled that. But for the sake of your question, I'm going to repeat it again. And I wish I have shared my screen with you, but I realized that the host has stopped or disabled our screen sharing because I have done the analysis, even in percentages. So what I have done, because I am using the online platform, as you have know what is ethnography, is the, we say it has three elements: element of investigation, element of interaction, and element of immersion. So you immerse yourself or you interact with the community, the netizens, as somebody has said, and then you collect your data. Sometimes you just stay there as a looker. You don't say anything at all, you observe. And sometimes you talk, you interact because maybe you belong to that particular society or you want to make an input. But in my own case, I am just taking a data because I want to use that data to analyze and then bring out or solve a problem. So what I did is that I used WhatsApp. I didn't use WhatsApp because it is a closed forum. You cannot use WhatsApp unless you have the number of the people. You do understand that? So I use Facebook, I use Twitter, and then I use YouTube. So I analyze the misinformation in Hausa language by some of the communicators. I have Northern Hibiscus, it's a Hausa forum, a blog forum. I use Surin Amache, and then I use the YouTube, the short video clips they have uploaded on the YouTube that is talking about misinformation or that is talking about coronavirus. in Hausa language. So that is how I collected the data. After that, I then use statistical methods. From 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, I look at the amount of misinformation talked in Hausa language, and then I wrote them down, and then I calculated and then found out the percentage. That is how I did it. That is for that objective. Did you understand what I have done now? And that is the essence of ethnography. Are you with me?
Yes, I
Can
am.
you still hear me?
Can you hear me, ma?
Hello? Yes, I can hear you. Did you hear me?
Yes, yes, I did.
Have I answered your question?
Yes, you did. You did. From what you have said, because I'm trying to learn about the ethnography, it's a research method that I would like to, experiment on, yes, in the future. So I'm really interested in this. Now, I guess that from your explanation, you use both observation method and focus group method, because you focus specifically on certain WhatsApp groups. And
not
then,
WhatsApp.
Sorry, Facebook, Twitter, and other social media groups. All right.
Yes.
Then at some points you participated in conversations going on, and at some point you stayed as an observer. So it's like a hybrid. But I'm wondering.
We call it a local. Covenant call it a local perspective. A local.
A what?
That's a local. L-U-R-K-E-R.
L-U-R-K-E-R. Local.
Yeah.
Local participation.
Yes. That is its own word, the coordinate. You know, it's the proponent of the theory is coordinate, 1998.
All right. Okay, thank you very much for that. Then, but I think that a little deviation from ethnography is that ethnography is actually a qualitative study, but in ethnography, you adopted a quantitative study, a quantitative approach. Is that right?
Yeah. Yes. In ethnography, we adopted the quantitative, both quantitative and qualitative. Yeah.
Both quantitative and qualitative.
Yes.
That's what you did?
Yes.
All right.
Because after the analysis, we now analyze the numbers of conversation, the numbers of misinformation from 2020 to 2021, even from 2020, January, February, March, April, because it seems that the number sometimes will inflate and then it will reduce because there is a total lockdown. During that total lockdown, the number inflated. And then as time goes on, because if you ask people now, 2022, they'll tell you there's no more COVID. So you will see that the conversation is diminishing. So that is why we need to employ the quantitative as well, because we need to do with the number of appearance of misinformation in the data, and then the highest number or the highest appearance and in which month. These are all part of an ethnography. So you don't have any choice but to employ quantitative as well as qualitative. I'm sure if you want to run away from the quantitative, you don't have any choice. If you want to employ an ethnography, you have to do it.
All right, it's all right. That means, okay, please, can you tell us how many social groups that you observed? How many on Facebook, how many on YouTube, how many on Twitter?
Well, I can't tell you now, but I have it on I wish I can share my screen. I have it on my analysis. I know that I will tell you the percentage, 62% of Facebook, and then I have about 18% of Twitter, and then I think about 12% of YouTube. I'm telling you on percentage now, because that's what I've done. So I don't know whether you understand. Perhaps I should send you the whole of the paper so that you can read it yourself. In fact, I have about 3 papers that I have done the ethnographic approach in those papers. The first one is looking at the demographic data itself, the social demographic data, and then later to look at the use of Hausa language, indigenous language, particularly because of this presentation. But initially, I look at it in terms of social demographic data. But now, because of this presentation, I limit it to just to the use of Hausa indigenous language. Maybe I will send you both of the papers. Are you with me? Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I heard you clearly.
It seems they are.
I will appreciate if you can send it to me later. Thank you.
Okay.
I have a question. What is an observation then and a question? I don't know. If my name is Chinyere Upokolo. I'm an anthropologist. Yeah. So your paper is quite interesting. And being an anthropologist, we do ethnography. So ethnography is an emerging concept following media convergence. So your work is quite enlightening. My question is, you talked about immersion as an element of ethnography. So, in anthropology, of course, when we say participant observation, we talk of immersion. And that means staying in a particular community for a relative length of time in order to participate actively in their day-to-day activities as much as possible, in order to tell the story from the insider's perspective. That is a emic approach. So ethnography is quite interesting, and you talk about immersion. So I just want to know, what is the degree of immersion when one is doing ethnography? What's the degree of immersion? Then, for us in anthropology also, if you look at, we look at the sites, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. If it's in anthropology where you are studying a place or a particular cultural item or practice, we talk of maybe multi-layered or multi-sited ethnography. In that case, maybe the subject matter of research entails going from one site to another site. So, in ethnography, do we call it multi-sited too? Or what concept do you use to describe the fact that you're looking at, maybe you're studying whatever you want to look at? You look at it at Facebook, Twitter, YouTube. Do you call it multi-sited? That's my question. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Online communities. So, and we know that in online communities, we all have the diverse platform are YouTube and are all those online communities. So Covenant did not classify it, but we, as the researchers now, when you create a theory, then some people will fine-tune it. Particularly, we are not sharing the same context. So sometimes we adopt and sometimes we adapt. It is now the duty of researchers like us and the anthropologists to coin names for those multifaceted communities. But as far as Posnet is concerned, he just called them online communities. And he just used the 3 words of immersion, interaction, and investigation. But it's left to us now for us to adapt, modify, and internalize this ethnography, particularly that we have different contexts. And for anthropologists, you can adapt and you can modify and you can extend. There's no liberty to that. Are you with me, Ma?
Yeah, I'm following you. It's quite interesting.
Yeah. Okay. So, have I answered your question?
I think so. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. So, do we have any of the, okay, it's even time now. We were given about 57 minutes to round up our panel. and it is 1:02 now. I don't know what is going to happen. Only two of us presented. I don't know what happened to the other presenters, whether it is the network or some sort of problems. But as far as we are concerned, we have delivered our own part of the mission. So I don't know what is going to happen now. Okay, somebody is raising his hand. Sam, is Sam with us? Sam Ibedion. Sam. Can Sam hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Sam. Go ahead. You have a question?
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation. It's a very insightful one, and I must admit that I learned a lot. It's the first time I'm actually encountering the term ethnographic study, and it's very interesting. My own area of inquiry, really, regarding your study has to do with the sampling and the population sampling and sampling technique that you adopted in your study in order to verify the issue of representativeness of your findings in regards to northern communities. How were you able to identify the groups that you used? I don't know if you've covered this before, but I would just like for you to, reiterate what you did in regards to identifying the groups that your study was focused on, and then basically everything around the population, the sample and sampling technique that you adopted in this particular study. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, I have done that. As I have told the earlier speaker, that this is just the third objective of my research, and I did a purposive sampling. I am dealing with the northern Nigeria, and then we have about 19 states in northern Nigeria, and I deliberately selected four states, one from the northeast, one from the northwest, and then one from the north central. Okay, two from the northwest, one from the northeast, and one from the north central. So these are my representative, and I have adopted purposive sampling in the sense that I know what I'm looking for. I am looking for Hausa, the use of Hausa language, which is in the indigenous language in the online media. Therefore, I have used Kano, I have used Kaduna, I have used Bauchi, and then I have used Nasarawa. So these are the states I have focused on in the northern Nigeria. So my sampling has to do with the northern Nigeria. In fact, the title is COVID-19 Misinformation and Pseudoscience in Northern Nigeria. So even this one I'm presenting, I have limited my scope to Northern Nigeria. And in the Northern Nigeria, I have selected one state from each of the zone. I think that has answered your question.
Yes, thank you very much. That actually answered a portion of the question. The second part of the question is, I know it was purposeful, but how were you able to, should I say, engage, or rather not engage, get in touch or in contact with these particular groups, if you might, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Facebook is a public group. You can also get engaged in them. And YouTube is also a public group, and also Twitter. So, but in some of the groups I belong, that is why I said I have used immersion. Sometimes I have used a local, I'm using coordinate word. I'm just an observer. So if I belong to that particular group, like the Syrian Amateur, I belong to that group. Northern Hibiscus, I belong to that group. I can participate. But for those groups that I do not belong, I can see them online because they are public, and that is why I refrain from using WhatsApp, because WhatsApp are closed group. So I have if I do not belong to that group, I'll just keep quiet. You can even immerse yourself, even if you are not a member of that group. But I choose to keep quiet and just observe. That is what I have done. Are you with me now? Did I clear your doubt about this, your question?
That was very clear. Thank you very much. I do appreciate it.
Okay, you're welcome. Thank you for the question too. Any other question again?
Ma, I thought our time is up. I thought the time for this panel is up. We're waiting for the next panel, please.
It's off.
It's fast spent.
Okay.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you're welcome. I was waiting for somebody to stop us. Why didn't you break it into break out rooms or rooms? It would have been better. But because we are not many, that is why. I appreciate you. So we wrap up our own. You can still go ahead with the next group.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Awa, for chairing the panel 1A session. So we are about to commence our presentation for panel 2A, which incidentally I am going to be chairing. And the panel 2A is working on the sub-theme Cultural Convergence, Acculturation, and Assimilation. The first presenter for our panel is Dr. Chiemela Obonna. He is a lecturer 1 in the lecturer 1 faculty in the Masters in Film Production program of the School of Media and Communication at Pan-Atlantic University, Ibeju-Lekki, Lagos. He is an early career researcher whose research interests span the realms of semiotics, animation, visual effects, action, choreography, culture, and Nollywood, all focused on ways of enhancing film production and academia in Nigeria to make it the film capital of the world in the nearest future. He is working on a cultural convergence of acculturation and assimilation in the formerly colonized African countries.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I've been introduced. I'm Dr. Chiemela Obonna from Pan-Atlantic University, and the topic is Cultural Convergence and the Dynamics of Acculturation and Assimilation in the Formerly Colonized African Countries. My abstract is this. Cultural convergence has undergone significant changes in the era of media convergence, becoming expedited, extensive, and complex. This paper explores the implication of cultural convergence in the lives of people in formerly colonized African countries, considering the diverse variables that influence the discussion. While cultural convergence experiences differ between African nations and their Western colonizers from a global perspective, evidence suggests that the acculturation and assimilation process are now not one-sided and heavily leaning towards the African countries as expected. Drawing on the theoretical framework of cultural imperialism, post-colonization, decoloniality, and hybridity, this paper examines the dynamics of cultural convergence, acculturation, and assimilation between the former colonized and the colonizers. The conclusion asserts that despite an apparent unequal playing field for cultural convergence created by media convergence, certain elements of African cultures, including values, music, dance, and cuisine, are proving superior and leveling the ground. Consequently, Westerners are experiencing a considerable degree of acculturation and assimilation, potentially leading to cultural counter-colonization. All right, so what I'm trying to look at here is what is happening now because of cultural convergence. As a result of media convergence, the world has become a global village. So most of the cultures are mixing up. to the point that, countries, people from every part of the world have copying cultures from diverse areas in a kind of hybridity. So I want to look at what is happening between the colonizers and the colonialists, and the colonized, in the sense that, when we look at cultural, when we look at the experiences, we discover that the Westerners that colonized Africa used what we may call cultural imperialism, in the sense that they imposed their culture on the Western. They came because the Africans were somehow, or maybe had what we may call an inferior technology. They just came into Africa and condemned everything. Western world are unconsciously adopting these cultures. And with time, I believe that time will come when the Westerners will now become culturally colonized by the Africans. Well, even in my own field, the film, for some time, they've been criticizing Nollywood, but from the type of films that are coming up now in Nollywood, we are seeing a lot of improvement, and because most of the filmmakers are now really looking into their own cultural base and exploiting what is there and pushing it back to the Westerners instead of trying to compete with them in their own turf. They are creating a kind of hybrid combination of the best of them and the best from Africa. And I believe that just as music conquered the world, so will Nigerian films conquer the world in future.
Thank you, Dr. Obonna, for that presentation. Dr. Obonna spoke to us on the issue of cultural convergence and the dynamics of acculturation and assimilation in formerly colonized African countries. Now, I know that we may have our questions, but I think it's appropriate we adopt the same procedure adopted by the panel 1A members. That is to say that we will allow all the presenters to make their presentation before we start taking questions one after the other. So on that note, I want to call on the next presenter. Fabile, Yinka A. Fabile is on. Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, I'm here.
Okay, 1 second. Yinka Fabile teaches communication and film arts in the Department of Theatre and Performing Arts of the Lagos State University of Education. He is a PhD candidate at the Lagos State University, Ojo, where he is currently conducting his doctoral research thesis with focus on transnational film practices and the streaming platforms in Nigeria. Fabile holds a BA in Theater Arts and an MA in Linguistics and Communication Studies from the Lagos State University and the University of Calabar, respectively. His research interests include transnational cinema, digital media, and history of theater and film. But today, he will be speaking to us on Netflix and Nollywood contradictions, regulations, data security, and the emergence of platform capitalism. Mr. Yinka Fabile, you now have the floor. You have 10 minutes to talk to us. Thank you very much.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. I don't know if I can get the permission to just share my screen.
Go on.
All right. Thank you. I'm speaking on Netflix and Nollywood contradictions, regulations, and data security, and the emergence of platform capitalism. In my abstracts, I try to look at the global film industry platform and the activities of Netflix and other Nigeria's booming film industry known as Nollywood. Through the new media, streaming and internet blogs and sites, brands such as Netflix in particular have enabled new opportunities and have actually provided an increased level of access to the exhibition of content that has significantly disrupted Nollywood's global film distribution flows. Now, looking at the alternative networks through transnational modes of exhibition and viewing experiences. Now, most discussions about the intervention of Netflix in Nollywood have focused actually on the disruptive innovation technology that it has brought to bear in the industry through streaming. Then we have the curbing of piracy, copyrights, and creation of funding opportunities for filmmakers and the rest. But I look at this paper and I draw attention to the critical and contentious issues like the issue of data security. I try to look at regulations and the potential for the emergence of network capitalism by Netflix and other multinational platforms and what they pose and the consequences of this, some of these variables that are listed on the film industry generally. Then I argue here that there is a need for censorship and regulations, which is one of my focus, by related film government agencies. Then I try to also look at there is need for adequate data protection. Then how can the media, the local industry streaming platforms also come together to avoid exploitation? Then in my summary, I recommend the collaborations among global streaming platforms other than the foreign-based ones. Then this paper actually intervenes in ongoing scholarship on global media industries, emerging economies, and ethical issues Netflix and other streaming platforms present for Nollywood and the global South in general. That is just a summary of the paper in the abstract. Then I'll try to look at the introduction. The film industry in Nigeria is currently in a transition phase from the old traditional distribution modes to a broader spectrum via the digital platforms. This is made possible through technology of streaming and the social media that offer Nollywood film content to domicile African and global audiences. The increasing popularity and growth of Nollywood has led to the incursion of global tech and media giants like Netflix, Amazon, Prime Video, and local players such as Iroko TV, Ibaka TV, Libra TV, Apata, and many others. So for the purpose of this presentation, I decided to pay more attention or emphasis to Netflix because it's like the bigger, the major streaming platforms we have currently in Nigeria. Now, streaming is providing a form of transnational practice or a kind of transnationalism in the industry. I look at also one of the benefits that it has broken artificial boundaries, the title set by local and foreign dominant media distribution networks. And also it has propelled new directions provide comfort, ease of access to content, personalization, affordable cost to end users, and additional income to content creators as well. Then let us look at the present Nollywood's transnational status. A lot of scholars have written about this status, and I just listed a few of them, like Adejumobi in 2007 has talked about the minor transnational status of Nollywood. At the time, we also tried to look at Arewa 2012, who also talked about a few of the contributions that some of these digital platforms are actually contributing, but he made emphasis to piracy. Then we also look at Ebekwe 2018, Andrews 2020, who draws attention to the issue of contracts and agreements. And of course, we have Agina, who also spoke about formalized transnationalism we have now due to the presence of Nollywood, and of course, Simon 2012. However, issues of contention with Netflix, such as data security, regulations, and platform capitalism have been dealt with by scholars almost indirectly. This has been re-echoed by Force 2018 in the context of antitrust practices of digital platforms. It listed some of these issues and said that they pose direct consequences for the film industry, standard practice, and the nation at large. Now, what are the regulation or issues I'm talking about that has to do with regulations? The activities of Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, and local streaming services generally are not censored, not classified by film regulatory agencies in Nigeria. Adelakun 2018 spoke about this, and he spoke about the invasion of censorship from regulatory agencies. Nearly 50% of scenes in film broadcast by streaming platforms run foul of categorization standards by the National Film and Video Censors Board. For example, Gangs of Lagos. This poses a national security threat to the country at large, as advanced by Adelakun. Then many of the streaming platforms only operate on the virtual space, as they do not have physical address in occasional situations where it is provided. The National Film and Video Censors Board says it turns out to be fake. That is in my personal interview with the board in 2023 this year. The regulatory agencies are also unable to sanction and enforce any compliance when streamers contravene relevant laws because they cannot be tracked. The board is helpless due to some obsolete laws guiding its creation. Now, in my personal interview, I got this from the board. It says, we have online registration for distributors who are meant to obtain license from us, just that most of them are not compliant. Then, continuing, the board also says there are some sites you will go to. You will see everything there, that is the content and address. But when you now say you want to look for physical address, you will discover they are not available because they know what they are doing. You can hardly get their address. Even the few ones that we are able to get to register with us, there are some tricks we use. So the board is helpless because it is difficult to regulate the streaming platforms. However, we always carry out stakeholders meeting where we sensitize them to enlighten others on the need to register with the board. Until we get them to register or come by themselves, there is nothing we can do. That is my personal interview with the Censors Board, and that is their view so far on regulations of these streaming platforms. Then the executive director of the board, who also Adedayo Thomas, in a newspaper interview, also says, and I quote, regulating online platform poses a lot of difficulties. It is not part of the mandate of the board. Our job does not cover regulating online platforms. We have a bill for the National Assembly seeking to empower the board to regulate online platforms where movies are exhibited. That is in June 2023. Now, I also tried to seek the opinion of the National Broadcasting Commission, who is also a regulatory body in the industry. And this is what I got. Ordinarily, no one wants to be regulated. So if regulations come in, you will feel as if you are being caged or restrained from certain things. But the essence of regulations is to maintain professional standards and operate within the laws of the country. Some of these platforms are big multinational media companies and they are strong economically. So naturally, they would like to fight any policy that is against their economic interests. So I will not be surprised if the resistance they have put up against regulations and their recalcitrance has to do with their economic interest. That is the view of the board on this one. Then secondly, I look at data and personal security. Most streaming services have been very secretive about their activities. I refer to Live and Blagoff in 1998 when they noted that challenges of data protection from authorized online theft or leakage through content streaming. Now, Netflix extracts subscribers' information when they register and data when they subscribe to the platform. They have access to users' online behavior through digital algorithm and uses this to present personalized advertisements and services. This data could also be disposed to other organizations based on search history and online activities of subscribers, which is dangerous to national security. The information retrieved from subscribers are used to promote their brands and content over that of other competitors. Netflix and other streaming services are not straightforward about the data they extract from subscribers and the purpose for which they use them. These antitrust and unethical practices have also been noted by Dar Witherford in 2020. Now, the last of it, which is platform capitalism, I quickly list this. Netflix has gained a lot of control attention from content creators over the production and distribution of content. Audiences and content creators are already captivated by Netflix's originals and third-party licensing, which may create a kind of attention economy that alienates competitors, especially local players, which may push them out of the market. It does not deal with the industry directly, but makes use of aggregators. The implication is that this practice may be concentrating too much power and wealth in the hands of Netflix and a few others, which may be used to stifle competition and create undue gatekeeping. That is another reference that I made from Omoera and Ojisin in 2012. Now, platform capitalism also continue in the constitution. Netflix is going on challenge by local streaming services due to enormous funding capabilities and structures it brings to bear. This is tilting towards neo-colonialism, economic and cultural domination. For example, Iroko TV is now streamlining its operations in Nigeria. It has also announced that it was laying off about 160 staff, 150 staff in 2020 due to unfavorable economy. I mean, this could be due to the intervention of Netflix in the industry, and they may not be able to compete. The system of aggregators by Netflix isolates stakeholders and limits participation. This may impede entrepreneurship. Through brand building strategies, Netflix is creating a network effect that could make it difficult for other investors to enter the business and compete. Simon says this in 2021, and of course with my personal
Mr. Yinka, thank you very much. Mr. Yinka, your time is up.
Oh, really?
You actually spoke for 11 minutes, 30 seconds.
Wow, I didn't know.
But that was an interesting presentation. We enjoyed listening to you. A round of applause for him. Okay, Mr. Yinka, you have to stand by while we take the other presentations, after which we'll now welcome questions from the participants. All right?
All right, thank you.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, one second while we prepare to welcome the next presenter. Okay, please find out for me if the next presenter is the next presenter on? Dr. Mrs. Nwokoro Isioma. Engineer, can you hear me? Please find out for us if Dr. Isioma Nwokoro is connected. Nwokoro, okay. Dr. Nwokoro, welcome. Dr. Nwokoro, please, can you show your face? Please switch on your video. She has. All right. Okay, thank you very much. Dr. Isioma Catherine Nwokoro is a lecturer and HOD in the Department of Mass Communication, Wellspring University in Benin City. She has experience that spans over 9 years with a BSc, MCM, MSc, and PhD in mass communication. Her areas of specialization are health communication, gender issues, advertising, development communication, and public relations. She is an advocate of gender equity and canvasses for good health through persuasive communication. She is a member of ACSPN and AMCRON, professional bodies of communication. She will be speaking to us today on the topic Netflix film streaming on smartphones in Oroedo local government area in Benin City. This paper was co-authored with Iti Omolola Akin Tobi. Dr. Mrs. Wokoro, you are welcome. Can you unmute your mic? You have 10 minutes to talk to us. Thank you very much. Please, can you unmute your mic? We can't hear you from this end. Make your presentation. Dr. Mrs. Wokoro, we have to suspend your presentation. We can't hear you. So while we allow the next presenter to make his presentation, I would like you to use this period to work on your audio. Then we'll come back to you in 10 minutes.
The next presenter is our chair, Dr. Onike, and Dr. Ifeanyi Onike is a writer, editor, current affairs commentator, teacher, and researcher. His area of specialization is development communication. He's an advocate for good governance, human rights, and cultural preservation. He is a senior lecturer in the mass communication program of the Dominican University. He will be speaking on assessment of neo-colonial implications of Netflix on Nigeria's popular culture. The paper is actually co-authored by Ms. Nkem Dilimobu. And that's me.
Project my presentation. Will it be possible? Okay, if we can't make projection, no problem. Let me make the presentation. Okay, yeah. Okay, my time starts. Our paper is titled Assessment of Neocolonial Implications of Netflix on Nigeria's Popular Culture. Now, for the purposes of conceptual clarification, what we mean by neocolonialism is the use of direct or indirect economic, political, religious, or even cultural inducements or influence to control or influence countries, especially former dependencies. Now, this method of controlling, in quotes now, developing countries through financial and economic pressures became necessary because the old fashion of controlling nations through slavery and through the use of force is no longer fashionable in the modern age. So, the second concept we need to define here is popular culture. By popular culture, we mean a dominant lifestyle and culture that Nigerians are known for, especially as portrayed in Nigerian movies. It could be the address pattern, dancing, music, fashion, etc. Now, the former presenter just told us that LGBTQ is not a Nigerian culture. Likewise, nudity. But it may interest you to know that these could be introduced through films that promote them. Now, Netflix emerged in the Nigerian market since the year 2016, and between 2016 and 2022, it has invested millions of dollars into the Nigerian film market in the area of training and capacity development of filmmakers. Now, but that is not all. Part of the strategy of penetration for Netflix is lobbying stakeholders, that is regulators, legislators, and government agencies to accept their culture, standards, and practice they came with. That simply means the subordination of our own local culture in preference for the culture that Netflix introduces. Now, when you compare this with how the colonial masters came, you will discover that there is a significant relationship between their methods of penetration into Africa. But our job here is not to interrogate Netflix because the activities are well known and documented, but to find out filmmakers' awareness and perception of this operation films. We have 3 objectives. Okay, look at it. I'm not projecting, sorry. Okay, now we have 3 objectives. Number 1 is to ascertain the extent Netflix is perceived by filmmakers as a tool of neo-colonization of Nigeria's cultural industry. 2 is to find out filmmakers' perception of the operations of Netflix on Nigerian filmmakers. And the last is to examine filmmakers' perception on representation of cultures, values, and ethnicities in Netflix contents. We adopted quantitative research approach, and that necessitated the use of survey as our research method, questionnaire as our data gathering instrument. The population of the study was 300 respondents that were chosen purposively, while snowball sampling procedure was used as our sampling technique. Now, for the data presentation and analysis, we observed that 66.7% of the respondents believe that since question Nigeria's cultural values are portrayed in Netflix films and series. A slight majority of the respondents also believe that the operations of Netflix in sub-Saharan Africa has colonial undertone, although 40.9% of the respondents didn't quite agree with that. Again, 55.6% also believe that the operations of Netflix weighs negatively on the campaign for the survival of Nigeria's local cultures and languages. 71.6% also believe that Netflix insists on standards and cultures and on their standards and cultures, even if it goes against local culture. Although Netflix claims to have invested millions of dollars in training and capacity development in Nigeria, a significant majority of the respondents believe that it has also driven a lot of filmmakers out of business. This, in other words, simply means that Netflix succeeds in empowering a few, but has succeeded in driving more people into poverty in Nigeria. For this reason, and of course, considering the cultural dimension and imperialism, the researchers recommend that the operations of Netflix must be reviewed by filmmakers and the government of Nigeria. Again, we must note that filmmaking is a business and a responsibility. The lure for financial empowerment must not derail our duty and responsibility to protect the culture and the value of our society that our films project. Thank you very much. All right, thank you very much. We'll now have to return to the third speaker, Dr. Mrs. Wokoro. I don't know if she's ready for us now. Can you connect her? You can hear her? Dr. Wokoro, can you work on your mic, please? She's not online. All right. Since we cannot have her presentation, let's now attend to questions, observations, and comments from participants. Thank you very much.
Can I ask my question?
You can ask your question.
My question, okay. Thank you for your presentation. I found out synergetic relationship between the first presentation and the second presentation. Why? Yeah. Because they all talk about acculturation, and I may add even hybridization of cultures in the convergence of media. But what I found interesting, or what I found my contention, is that as you have discussed, cultures always change. So we cannot say that our cultures are static, that we cannot embrace new things or new ideas. We all know that the modernization has played a great role in our cultures. So we have what we call hybridization of cultures. We even have acculturation and so many other things again. But my argument is with the second speaker. He said that Netflix is another form of indirect rule, because that is what his presentation is entailing. That is another modern method of slavery via indirect rule, and that it's created poverty. So I don't understand how you can say Netflix created poverty to the people. And to me, there's no way we can just say that our cultures will remain static or will not embrace modernization. And when we look at it within the film industry, we know that the Netflix and the other film, I just remember this when I remember the case of Arewa 24 in the north. There's a lot of contention about Arewa 24 motive, that yes, it can, how can it just employ so many people? How can it just invested so many or huge amount of money without interior negative motive? Yes, it's an issue that we can look at it, but for us to say that we eradicate or we question the motive, we can question the motive, but for us to say that it has created poverty, for that I don't think I will agree. But maybe you have your empirical evidence to say that, because even to me the Arewa 24, even though it has, if you look at it in another way, like all those Vapa Goma and the musical aspect that is not part of us, it has succeeded in damaging some of our cultures and also in creating works for some of our youth. So which one are we going to take? Are we going to moderate between embracing new cultures or remain static? Culture is always part of a society. So is religion. So most of the times when we talk about deviation, we are talking about deviation from the norm, deviation from the religious aspect. But to me, culture is never static. So in as far as we have this modernization and westernization, we are going to encounter hybridization as well. So my question is, how do you think Netflix created poverty to the people? Thank you.
Thank you.
Did you hear my question?
My question goes to, my comment goes to the presenter, C. Obonna, that talked about cultural convergence and the dynamics of acculturation and assimilation. I just want to make, my observation is that it seems there are some kind of sweeping statements which you made that we cannot really prove. You seem to insinuate that with time, African culture will override Western culture in Western society. I don't think so. Western culture will not be static when African culture continues to evolve. All cultures are evolving. What we are seeing is globalization, and which means we are having a kind of culture mix, and none can be said to be static. So I want you do not generalize and thinking that because some aspects of our culture is being accepted in the Western world, it therefore means that we are going to override their own culture. That I don't think will ever happen. For instance, there is this idea, associated with southwestern Nigeria. We now have China Adire, where they have the design, but the texture is different. So culture will continue to assimilate and transform as people interact through cultural diffusion. So as I'm an anthropologist, so that is why I'm taking that perspective. Then, of course, we see our filmmakers, we see our, particularly musicians, they go to Western world to have their produce their music, because of digital gap which we have in Africa, and they want some certain kind of environment, they go there. So this kind of interaction will continue to be, and the more we are interacting, the more we are borrowing. Like the last presenter talked about LGBTQ. That's a part of thing coming into our culture. Of course, it's not yet accepted, and I believe it will never be accepted. But as people interact, people tend to, borrow culture. Cultures tend to diffuse into other cultures. So we don't expect that a time will come when Western culture will be subdued, under African culture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that wonderful insight. Mr. Fabile, are you still with us? I guess the question Dr. Awa asked was directed.
Yes.
Okay. Please, can you take it up?
Let me react this way to Dr. Awa Mohammed, because when she was even speaking, I didn't know she was actually referring to me, because I don't think there's a time I ever mentioned static, that word, static, in my presentation. Neither did I mention poverty in my presentation.
It is the second presenter that talked about poverty. It's not you.
Oh, that means I was the one you were making reference to. Doctor.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, I'm actually the third presenter. I was supposed to be the last presenter, but it's okay. I'll take care of it. Let's entertain other questions. Okay, Dr. Agina, can we have your comments, question?
Yes, please. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for your presentations.
Good afternoon.
My question is for Mr. Yinka Fagbile. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Why are we interested, or why are you interested in the regulation of online platforms? Why should the NBC be concerned or desirous of regulating online platforms, particularly Netflix? It looks to me as if the NBC itself is countering its own position when it says that the platforms are out for their own economic interests. What exactly is the NBC looking for when it wants to regulate these platforms that are helping to promote distribution, even if it does so, or they do so in very controversial ways? That's my question for you. Thank you. The second question I have is for Dr. Ifeanyi Onike, who said that Netflix has driven filmmakers out of business. I think this is in line with Dr. Sani's question about poverty. Can you please tell us more about how exactly Netflix has driven filmmakers out of business? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Agina. We'll come back to your question. Okay, Mr. Sam Ibwinedium, sorry for that. Please, can you ask your question? And I hope I got your title correctly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ifeanyi. The second pronunciation of my surname is correct, and my title is also correct. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank you again for your presentations. Like I said, I'm here to learn, and I'm really learning a lot. My inquiry goes to you, Mr. Ifeanyi, regarding your presentation, and it's in relation to what Professor Agina has really just asked you about your assertion about the fact that Netflix is taking businesses out of, or rather taking filmmakers out of the industry. And my real concern really is in regards to your methodology. I would like to find out what exactly constituted your sample. How did you get the people that you used for your data gathering. Was this just a regular, was it a survey? Was it an in-depth interview? Who made up your sample? Was it just the regular film viewers, or were they actually film practitioners that could ascertain for sure that they're actually being chased out of the industry or being relegated to the background? So that's my question. If you could put some clarification on that, I would truly appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sam. I guess that all the questions were directed at me, so I will start picking them one after the other. The first from Dr. Awa is what again? Okay, she wanted to know why I said that. 1 minute left. Okay. One more person, okay. Let's take the last. Okay, all right. Okay. Now, Dr. O wanted to know why I said that Netflix has caused poverty in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Yes, let me use this. I'm sorry for bringing in religion, but one of my colleagues once told me that when God is blessing one man, another person is being punished. So that is exactly what happens with technology. Technologies bring in new ideas, new ideologies, and new cultures. That also includes new ways of doing things and doing business. Now, for those people who are not in tune with the times, who are not following trends, they are likely to lose out. Now, before the emergence of Netflix in 2016, we used to hear of 54 Iweka Road, Onisha, in all our home movies. It's no longer there. Iroko TV and other YouTube channels were doing better than they are doing now, because it's almost like Netflix has hijacked that business. Of course, the way they did it is fascinating. That is business for you. In competition, what you do is that you outsmart your competitors. So that's not what I'm questioning. How we obtained this information wasn't actually by our own imagination. It was through the questionnaire we shared. It is only our responsibility to make inference based on the responses we got. Maybe if I have the time, I might go back and see the percentage of those scholars, film scholars and practitioners that actually made this assertion. It didn't come from the writers. Now, for the second question, okay, I guess the one on regulation is not for me. The one from Dr. Agena says the same thing. I guess I have attended to that. The last one is what? How has Netflix driven people out of business? I guess I have attended to all of this. But Mr. Sam asked a question pertaining to the methodology we used. Yes, we used survey research method. Remember that I told us that our interest in this study wasn't to interrogate the operations of Netflix, because it is there. If you go to their website, it is public knowledge. Okay, Netflix conducted a study in 2022 where they detailed all their operations and methodologies, and that includes, of course, the issue of regulation that I mentioned, and of course, how they lobby legislators and regulators, all right, to accept their, in quotes, their culture and practice. That came from Netflix, not from the researchers, all right? So what we did was to sample the opinion of film scholars, media practitioners, artists, directors, producers, and marketers. I told us here that we made a purposive selection of just 300 respondents. Why we did that and why we chose purposive selection was because we wanted to ensure that the people that will attend to our questions were people that were knowledgeable in this area. And to tell you, there were communication scholars that got our questionnaire, but they returned it telling me that they cannot participate in such research because they were not exposed to Netflix. So, and I accepted that as their position, so we withdrew them. Now, we had to use snowball. Snowball is used when you are not so sure about the location of your respondents. So what we did was to create a Google form, then selected a few film scholars and filmmakers that we knew about, and then sent our questions to them and then encouraged them to help us to distribute to people that are also known to them. It's like a networking, what we do in networking business. You bring one and you're encouraged to bring two, and two is encouraged to bring four. Just like that. That was exactly how we did. But unfortunately, as at 12 midnight last night, when this analysis was made, we were not able to get up to 300 responses, but we arrived at 181 responses. And these 181 responses was what we used for this analysis. So I can still say that this study is an ongoing research. I believe that in 3 to 4 days, we will arrive at our needed population size. Thank you very much.
Yeah, please, I want to respond to your comment, madam. Actually, it was not really that kind of sweeping statement, because I was considering, the types of, should I call it, assimilation and acculturation. Initially, during the colonial time, the Westerners pushed their culture on us or on the colonized. And in fact, it gets to the point where they had the crisis of identity. So it was a one-sided thing then. But with cultural convergence, now it's like the colonized people are pushing back. So in essence, I'm not saying they will override, but at least they're coming to a kind of equal playing ground, unlike before. That's the point I'm making, generally.
Okay, Dr. Obona, thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Fabile, a question was raised for you. Are you there?
Okay. Yes, I am.
Okay, please, can you attend to it, or have you? Okay.
No, I didn't even, I was offline. I didn't hear the question.
Okay. Who asked the question?
I think Dr. Agina asked.
Okay, Dr. Agina, please, can you repeat your question for Mr. Fabile?
Yes, I can. Thank you so much. So my question is, why are we, or should we be interested in regulating online platforms? Why is the NBC desirous of regulating Netflix, for example, and talking about the promotion of Netflix's economic interest when, and this is arguable, the NBC has its own economic interests? Thank you.
Okay, can I respond now? Hello.
Go on, you can go on, Fabile. We are...
All right, why is the NBC interested in regulating Netflix or other digital platforms? I want to take it from the point of security, which is very important. When you go online and you subscribe to a streaming platform, you have your bank details, that is the card, registered on the platform. You have some of your personal information registered on the platform. Now, because during subscription, once you register, and every month they deduct the charges from your account or they debit your account. There are sometimes people complain that they are being debited, but no service. Where do they report to? Who do they report to? Online without physical address? That is number one. Secondly, what happens to some of these personal data that are being collected by these streaming platforms? And I'm not even limiting it to Netflix alone. There are other ones, even the local streamers that we have. So once they get all these details, what do they do with this information? Nobody is regulating these people. If anything happens, how are they going to be accountable when they don't even have addresses they can trace? The same thing the Film Censors Board is complaining about, and that is what I meant by security. So the NBC as a regulatory agency, as a government agency, is interested in some of these activities of these people because they concern the country, they concern the citizens. So when somebody collects data in the process of rendering services and they don't have an address they can locate within the country, what happens? So I think that is the area from which the NBC is looking at it from. And secondly, mainly, a company or a country, a platform that thrives in a particular country or that runs a business in a particular country, and a lot of citizens are, part of that platform. There should be a way of interfacing with the government or the government interfacing with such organizations. It is not just enough that you be in the US, you stream to Nigerians, and a lot of Nigerians are participating in this platform. Their money goes into it, and there is no contact. I think that is the area I look at it from. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Should I just quickly add that what you describe about regulation is not peculiar to Netflix or streaming platforms. Okay. Any online business will go through the same kinds of things. People try to buy goods on Jumia, for example, and they don't get their goods and so on and so forth. So while it is not peculiar to Netflix, there is a need for us to rethink the kinds of regulation that we're talking about when it comes to online platforms, particularly for Netflix. Perhaps we should be looking also along the lines of consumer protection, which is quite different from regulation. Thank you.
Hello, can I say something, please, quickly?
All right, go on.
Hello.
1 minute to make the comments, Mr. Yinka.
All right, okay, it is good, Dr. Ajina, that you have mentioned this, and you are correct. The only thing I want to add is that, we all know that what Netflix is doing in the industry is good, but there's something they call spiral of silence. While a lot of people are applauding these platforms for the good things they have done, have been, exporting content to the world, there are some other minorities that have some contentions about the activities of these people, and they ought to be heard. So we cannot silence them, and that is where the angle the research is also coming from. While we hold and eulogize these platforms for what they are doing, we should also be able to say some of the resentment or some of the feelings of some other persons who feel their activities may have some colorations. I think they deserve to be heard too, and they shouldn't be silenced. That is my angle. So, but your contribution is taken, and I appreciate it.
Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, please, we are about to go for break, but before we do that, let's take the last presentation for this panel, please. Dr. Wokoro, can you speak to us now? It's still the same experience. Dr. Wokoro, can you hear us? Can you wave if you can hear us? Can you wave? Can you wave at us if you can hear us? All right, all right. Good afternoon. We can't actually hear you from our end here. I guess you muted your mic. Can you check your mic? Okay, I guess we need to go for our break. I'll have to reach out to her. Maybe after all the presentations, she can make her presentation. Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Dr. Nwokoro, can you check the audio of your laptop? The audio of your laptop, can you check to be sure that that the volume is high?
No. We can go for our break. I will reach out to her. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen and ladies. Now, lunch is ready. We need to go to the place where we had our breakfast earlier today for our lunch, and we're going to reconverge by 3 p.m. Thank you very much.
How about our online lunch?
We'll make it available. Please.
Through ethnography?
No, switch on your YouTube, ma. Your YouTube, sorry, not you.
Okay.
Agenda. Having said that, the research methodology used in this study, the researchers used in-depth interview, research, design, and they selected, and the area of study is Anambra State. They selected 9 participants for the study. That is, they picked 3 participants from gender, 3 from the downtrodden, which is a class, and 3 from the disabilities. And the method they use in doing that, they use simple random sampling and purposive sampling method in doing that. In-depth interview guide was used for the measuring instrument. Having said that, the findings. The researchers found out that the respondents, to some extent, know the meaning of media convergence. Why do I say to some extent? During the course of interview, the researchers noticed that some of them are really making use of media convergence without knowing it. So that is why we say to some extent they know the meaning. Because when some of the respondents, when we ask them, do you know the meaning? They said no. But when we explain, they say, okay, we are even using it without knowing. Then, second, the respondents, to some extent, utilize the potential of media convergence to promote their image. Then lastly, the major challenges the respondents were facing was poverty and low utilization of these new technologies. What do we mean by low utilization? Some of them, they don't know how to use social media. They don't know how to be on Facebook or Twitter, YouTube, and so on and so forth. That is why we say low utilization of these new technologies. Then, the researchers therefore recommend that government should help the marginalized groups by providing the new gadgets, and should also organize training on how to optimize the benefits of this new media convergence, so that they will help to promote their voice, so that their voice will be heard all over the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Palucci. That was a quick one. Thank you for your nice presentation on media convergence, gender, class, and disability inequalities, how the media convergence, how this new platform can help the voiceless voice their voice to the general public. Now, I don't know we don't still, by now, there is no other presenter on the group that is online. I don't know if any of the presenter is in the house. Can the person indicate, please? Please, the host, help me check if any of the presenters on this platform is in the house. If the person is in the house, please indicate so that you can present your paper. Am I being heard? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, madam.
Okay. Please help me check if any of the presenters there is in the house.
Apparently
because I can't see. Not?
Yes,
so,
there are only 5 of us in the house.
In the house?
Yes.
Okay, and 5 of us online. And 5
exactly.
of us online. Okay, I don't know. Dr. Oluchi have presented the paper. I can't interrogate the paper because I'm a co-author of the paper. So I want, if there's any form of interrogation from the house, we can hear it so that the response could be given. Anybody that has any question can speak up.
Unfortunately, I got into the lecture at the tail end, so I was not able to catch the meat of it. So I will not be making any contribution. Thank you.
Yeah, well, you are not the only one there. Others are there. No other reaction to the paper? Okay. So in this kind of situation that we still have so much time, and
Hello?
The only presenter have just presented her paper. What do we do?
Hello? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, my name is Dr. Chinyeru Kpokolo. I'm an anthropologist.
Okay, ma.
I've listened to the presentation. Well, first of all, acknowledge that it kept to time, which was a very quite brief presentation. When she talked about method, she mentioned sampling procedure. I think there was a mistake there. You know, before she started talking about the method she used, so she needed to separate sampling procedure from methods.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's an observation. Then
an observation. Okay.
Yes. Then secondly, I want to observe that I like the paper, you know, because it brought in the gender issue, class and disability, and how media convergence has contributed to giving access and participation to these people, you know, to women. Women can, but of course, like she rightly pointed out, you know, women are equally limited in terms of the usage of the media, you know, different types. Then secondly, I would have wanted to know, she mentioned class. I would have wanted to hear more about class. You know,
class.
Yes, that class dimension of the research. Then the demographies. The demography in terms of want to know the age range of the research participants, the educational attainment, because these are going to give us, you know, more insight into gender, you know, gender inequalities and media convergence, so that we will be able to, you know, dissect different categories that participated in the research. Because educational attainment, if for instance, if you take undergraduate student in the university, for instance, they will do almost all of them. They use YouTube, they use this and that. But if you take market women in the urban center, maybe, or even in rural societies, you are going to get another kind of finding. So it's important she categorize these things properly, so that, you know, by the time she finishes the paper, you know, people will be able to know this is the category I've studied. In case another person wants to do another research, You know,
Okay.
otherwise it will
The
be
person
like
can
a
use. Okay.
generalization. So that's just my
Okay.
observation. So thanks for the effort.
Okay, thank you, Prof. We really appreciate your contributions and your question. Dr. Lucci, are you still there? Dr. Lucci? Dr. Lucci, can you hear me? Hello? I don't know if I'm the one not hearing her. Dr. Lucci, if you can hear me, please, if you have any reaction to what Prof just said now, you can react to it. Especially the population. You should give a demography of the population. Hello? Where is the problem from? I can't hear anything. Yes. That's my problem. Oh. General. General problem. Okay. If you can hear suggestions and questions, can anyone hear me in the house or online?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
You can hear me loud and clear?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Catherine Mwokoro, please, can you air your question? Your hand is up. I don't know. I don't know what is happening. Somebody's hand is up, but I don't know if she's having a technical issue. And I was expecting Dr. Lucci to say something, and I'm not hearing anything too. So I don't know what is happening. Can they leave the question? Dr. Mokoro, please. You cannot hear. Yeah, so, okay. I can hear very well. I cannot hear. It's your problem. Okay. I hear very well. So is anybody talking now? Because I can't hear anything, but I am being heard. Dr.
Hello.
Lucci, yes,
Hello.
I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you now. You can go on and speak.
Okay. Prof made mention of I should say something about the class.
Yes.
No. Class inequality here means when resources in a given society are distributed unevenly. Here, what do we mean unevenly? Majority of the citizens are not getting what they're supposed to get due to intimidation or class distinction and so on and so forth. So to get group from the class, the researcher picked respondents from Anambra State Disability Forum. Anambra State Disability Forum. There, they have people with disability. They equally have the downtrodden, the poor among them. So from there, the researchers pick the respondent. And because we use in-depth interview methods, when the respondents ask them about when the researchers ask them about their age, some of them used to feel somehow. So the researchers didn't bother them so much about their age, being that they were feeling somehow. So maybe you want to know my age and so on and so forth. So that was why the demography was not really given in the study. Thank you.
But let me say, although I don't know, I'm part of the paper, even at that, as Prof has brought that issue up, we can still gauge their age. Even if somebody did not say his or her age, me looking at the person, we can still give an age range. Prof, it has been noted. Though they didn't we didn't pay particular attention to their age because of the reason my colleague gave, but when we are doing the main paper, we'll put that into consideration.
Excuse me, can I make further comments? Can I make further comments?
Yeah, you can. We have time, Prof.
Yes, she talked about where they selected the research participants. I think if we want to generalize on gender, we should try to capture different categories within the gender group. Yes, within women group. We cannot take particular disadvantaged people and use them to make a case, for women or to explain women's experience. So unless we want to categorize that women at so and so place, so we can do it that way. Secondly, if you want to work on this paper, you can use only qualitative approach, which you have used, but you can as well use triangulation of methodology in terms of using both qualitative and quantitative approach. In that case, you can develop questionnaire, where people unite. So you may not categorically say 15 years, 20 years. You say between so and so years.
Okay. So yes, yeah.
Yes, between so and so years. But I would be happy if in moving this paper further, you capture different categories of women. You can go to offices. You can look at undergraduate students in the university. Yes. So because this next generation, they use these things a lot. So that will make your paper.
Okay, thank you, Prof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well done.
Thank you, Prof. We appreciate. Thank you. So do we still have reactions from the house? Or do we have any other presenter with us here? Is the doctor from NTA here? Is Dr. Chinelo Udakba in the house or online? Do we have Dr. Chidebere Ezenwa in the house online? I don't know, but we still have a lot of time. We could still talk on issues because there's nothing happening. There's no other presenter ready here or present to present. We can still discuss issues around the paper or around the general topic of this panel, which is media convergence and inequalities. We can air our views on the panel topic, media convergence and inequalities. I don't know if anybody in the house has any contribution to make generally on the topic of media convergence and inequalities. Is welcome, because right now we don't have any other presenter. We still have a lot of time on our plate. We can utilize it to discuss.
All right, thank you very much, Doctor. Chinyere Okokolo. I want to talk generally on media convergence and inequalities. You know, gender inequalities, you know, it's quite, gender inequality is quite broad in terms of African experience. You know, when you talk about digital gap, we are talking about the differences in terms of access to digital technology, you know, that exists between the Western developed world and the underdeveloped world, like Africa. So it's a major challenge to development in Africa. It's a major challenge to higher education in Africa. And even when you come to Africa, there is that gap between the urban and the rural areas in terms of access to technology. And, you know, particularly we see, you know, look at a subject like internet. Even when you say, okay, you are using your phone, you buy your data, you see network issue. If somebody is to present a paper now from rural area to this place, the person may likely face some challenges. So this is part of inequalities we see. So digital gap, you know, with the kind of economic hardship that we're actually experiencing in Africa, we are going to see, you know, the gap widening, you know, widens across, you know, the global north and global south, widening across, even when you come to Africa, South Africa is better placed than West Africa. And if you come to a country, urban areas, you know, better placed than rural areas. So this inequality that we are talking about in terms of media convergence will be here for a long time. It will be here, and it's a major challenge to African development. And if you take it to gender, men have more access than women. Yes, men have more access than women. That has been proven. So, you know, even in terms of usage, if you go further in that yourself, you're going to discover that, you know, women, you know, let's forget people in higher education. Women may tend to just, you know, text messages, you know, make phone call, you know, do a little bit of WhatsApping, every other thing. They are not interested in YouTube. Content creation, you're going to see more from younger generation. So you see generational gap too. So it's quite, I like the overall theme of this particular panel. Yes, it's very, very interesting. And it's quite here with us. And we feel it in every way. We feel it in every way. Even you look at it in terms of social class, like your work is pointing out. In fact, your work is too, I think it's too broad. Maybe any of them. If you pick social class, you have a lot to write on. If you pick disability, you have a lot to write on. If you pick gender, you have a lot to write on. You know, so I think your topic is actually covering everything here. You know? yes. That's what I feel. So it's an issue. It's an issue. But we need capital to bridge the gap.
Yes.
We need capital. We need education. Women need to go to school. Yes. We need to lift women, you know, off the ground when it comes to formal education. Get into higher education, not to drop out. Get child dropout is there. You know, how many millions of children are out of school in Nigeria, for instance? That will also have implication on media convergence and inequalities. Thank you very much.
Yeah, you're welcome, Prof. I appreciate so much. Like when you were talking, you said something, people in the rural area. Like here now, I'm in my village. I'm on a little 2 weeks leave, and I'm right here in the village. If I tell you that for some days now, no power. I'm sitting here now, I attach my phone to a power bank, and there's no network in my house. I have to leave my house. I'm sitting outside my uncle's house. I have to walk from my house to my uncle's house. I'm sitting outside his house where I can at least get the network to be on this conference. So that is you just raised it, say somebody in the rural area. I just started laughing because right now I'm in the rural area. I'm in my village. I've been crying. I told my son, charge your power bank. Let it be full. And we have to pay to charge it. This morning I charged my laptop. I have to pay to charge it against this very panel. I told him, leave your power bank with me, then go charge my laptop. When it's 3 o'clock, bring my laptop to me. It's just something practical, living with us. Then when you talked about women, not men having more access to the media, and women not having access. At times, we women have that phone, but the men wouldn't let us use it the way we should use it. At times you start being on your phone, they start shouting. You are talking to this person, you are talking to this person, you are supposed to be in the kitchen. Have you tended to the children and the rest of them? At times, because of all those inequalities, you get it. People don't women don't have the courage to create content, like you said. What if I create this? Even some of the women that are suffering, that are being abused. Okay. I don't know. He wants me to flip my phone. I've been doing it. I don't know. It's just I can't. I don't know. But at least you can see my face. Okay.
See your face.
Okay. I think this is what you want now, because somebody was asking me to flip my phone. What was I saying? I don't even know.
Women using their phones and they are reminded what they need to do.
Yes. They are reminded what to do. And at times women that are abused can use this platform. But at times they are afraid to use the platform. What if you use it and somebody that knows the man sees it? You know, family issues will come again. There are a lot of measures against women in this inequality that we are talking about. Especially women suffer it the most. You are suffering, you cannot, except those of them that are bold enough or are being able to get into a group that can support them. that can support them air their views to the world. I think this is a real issue and it's living with us. And like the paper said, a lot of things have to be done. Women, like you said, Prof, we need education, learning and relearning. Learning and relearning what we know, and learn again what we don't know, and have this courage to even practice what we have learned, to put it in practice, not just in paper. So we need a lot of advocacy. We need a lot of people that have strong will, especially women. Because when you talk about this inequality, it all goes down, even the disabled, it all goes down to one thing, women. It all goes down to gender. It all goes down to you are born equal with a man. But you see it in society these days. Maybe I become successful in an office, and the next people say, maybe she's sleeping with the boss. You get it. But they forget that that woman and the man went to the same university, acquired the same degree. So why would her own success be hinged upon a man? Or her being smart, or her being using what she has to get? Why can't she be praised on her being able to get to her level because of her hard work and what she knows? There's a lot of things women should use, or women should use this media convergence to fight against. Even the small phone we have in our hand is a very strong tool of speaking out, making our voice heard, to be heard, and creating a little change, maybe in our small community. I don't know. Let me not dominate the discussion.
Doctor,
So
you are quite correct. You are quite correct when you suggest that, part of the ways of overcoming the challenges is for women to use the technology at their disposal, no matter the one, the platform they could have access to. But the patriarchal context of our survival, of our existence, in Africa is still a challenge. There are, like you rightly pointed, it's not everything that the woman feels that she wants to upload that she could do or upload. Because, for instance, a woman that is a wife, the husband people may say, why are you bringing shame to the family? So a woman is caught in between. So I think women access to and utilization of the media and the new technologies, still lies within the larger context of our society. So it's just what women's experience is an outcome of larger experience. The change has to come from different dimensions. The change and transformation will come from different dimensions. So this is just a rippling effect of women's experience within the larger society. Right from the socialization of the girl child, how do we handle that? Do we say, okay, only the girls should do this, only the boys should do this? So by sign, so it's within the larger context of women's experience, which I believe everybody, particularly women, because women are the ones that even spoil their male children. They spoil them so that they can be real man when they grow, the real men, So what do they do? Yes, so women contribute to the experience of women later in life by the way they bring up their male children, the way they bring up their female children. Eventually, we are now studying masculinity because if you go to many higher institutions, female students are, they are high achievers. They do very, very well. While boys may be watching football. So it's quite an interesting presentation. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Prof. I can see others joining the house. Please, if there's anyone that is a presenter on this panel that is in the house, please indicate. If there is none, we are using our time now to hear discussions on the topic of the panel. The general topic of the panel is media convergence and inequalities. So we are welcoming views, we are welcoming opinions, we are welcoming remarks from the House. We are supposed to have 4 presenters on this panel, but if only one of the papers or one of the presenter that is here, and she has presented her paper on media convergence, gender, class, and disability inequalities in Nigeria. And that is Dr. Oluchukwu Augustina Nwafo from Madonna University, and the paper was co-authored by Dr. Maureen Ngozika Ndo, also of Madonna University, Nigeria, Okija. So she has answered some of the questions, and Prof here have made some useful and very vital suggestions that will enrich the paper. And now we are just discussing on media convergence and disability and inequality. So any comments are welcome.
Good evening.
From the House, opinion are welcome from the House. And
good evening. Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
My name is Marvelous.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thank you so much. I'm supposed to present in the next panel, but I mean this topic cuts across my panel and my own paper. So there is an aspect that I am not elaborating. I'm just mentioning my own paper. So I would rather elaborate on it here, and it's the inequality that exists in the media, but in respect to underdeveloped places like very rural areas, and what can be done about it in the process of decolonization.
Okay.
So I am suggesting to the speaker or any of that. I don't know if anyone has anything to do with that in this panel, but I would want to say that the place of media is also very, very important in underdeveloped places, because these people don't even have access to these things, to the information that if we say we want to bring change through media, and those that can access this change are in the urban areas, because that's where you have modernity, unquote, something like that. If we relegate it only to the urban places, we will still have a double work to do. Let's assume we have been able to create this change in the urban areas, where people, like in the universities and places where people can readily make these changes. What happens to those that can't access this? What is in place for them? What can be done to sensitize these people? Because there is a whole lot of this gender inequality, inequalities basically that occurs at rural areas where people don't have access to the internet, like very good access to the internet, or they don't have access to education. So what can be done? If you have sensitized those in the university, which is easy, you can do that. What about parents that don't use Android phones? Go to the marketplaces where women just use the phone that can just make calls. These people have children at home that they need to teach the proper way of gender sensitization. If this information, this message does not get to these people, then I think we'll just be doing half of the work of using media for correcting gender inequality. Thank you.
You're welcome. That is a good one, because like you said, if we just do these papers, when I was talking, I said something like that, it will just end up in the papers. A lot of what we do these days end up in the papers, and those of us in the academics, we do papers for promotion. At times we have great ideas. At times we have as in great findings, as in good researches, but it all ends up in the journals. So, like what you said is a good one. If we can, in our own little ways, start making efforts to break these barriers, it's something, it will be something great. It will be something great. Like you have said it here, and I know you will still have the opportunity to say it in your panel. And all of us, we are hearing it, is we'll start thinking. All these researches we are doing, especially this one in inequalities, we know is everywhere. It's everywhere. Some in large quantities, like you said, in the rural areas. In the urban areas, it's still there, but maybe not in the quantity or in the gravity of the rural area, but it's still there. So we think of a means, suggest means in our papers, and try to work out on how those means can become a reality. Thank you very much. We really appreciate that. We still have 9 minutes to go on this panel. I don't know what happened, that is only one paper that is being presented here. The rest of us, I don't know. I can see Dr. Ezinne is online. Dr. Ezinne, good afternoon, ma. Can you hear me? Okay. Please, any other contribution from the house, from online? We will appreciate so much as we wait for our time. It's not our fault. Those that aren't here, we wouldn't blame them because we don't know what happened, that they are not here. So we'll have to make use of our time and make use of it in a great way. I don't know. If we don't have any other discussion or any other person that want to share with us, I think we will try to sum it up. I will sum it up by appreciating everybody that is in the house. I appreciate you the most, Prof, for making such good and very important suggestions, contributions, and observations to the paper and the general topic. I also appreciate everyone that made contributions. I also appreciate the presenter that presented the paper, Dr. Oluchi, all of us online. I appreciate everyone. And as I recap, I will want to say the panel is panel 3A, and the general topic of the panel is media convergence and inequalities. And I, being the chair, Dr. Maureen Ngozi Ndo from Madonna University, And we were supposed to have 4 papers to be presented on this panel. And those papers, as I read them before, I'm going to repeat them again. Media convergence, diffusion, adoption, and use of innovations in the digital era by Nkem Delem Obu, Dominican University, Ibadan, Nigeria, and Professor Osase Andrew Okilawe, Dominican University, Ibadan, Nigeria. We also were supposed to have media convergence and gender inequalities by Chinelo Udeakpa, NTA Television College, Rayfield, Jos, Nigeria. And we're supposed to also have social media and enforcement of sit at home in the southeast Nigeria by Chidebere Ezenwa, Enugu State University of Science and Technology, Enugu, Nigeria. And the last paper we had was Media Convergence and Gender, Class, and Disability Inequality in Nigeria by Dr. Oluchi Augusta Nwafor, Madonna University, Nigeria, Okija, and Dr. Maureen Ndo, Madonna University, Nigeria, Okija. So at this juncture, I will say thank you very much for being in the panel, and God bless us all.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. I don't know if you can hear me.
Yes, we can
We
hear
can
you.
hear you.
Okay, I think the next panel is about starting. Okay. Yeah, so welcome to the next panel, and the title is Media Convergence and Decolonization and Recolonization. My name is Fadikemi Olawoye, and I'm going to be the panel chair. So we'll begin with the first presenter, Vishnavi. I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name. The title of your paper is Confluence of Power Dynamics, a comparative analysis of convergence in media convergence, digitalization, recolonization, and new colonizing in India and South Africa. So each presenter has 10 minutes. So I think I will start with the first person. I would just like to read your short bio. Vinash is currently pursuing a master's degree in English language and literature from University of Kerala, India. She is a published poet who is deeply passionate about gender equality and animal rights and cultural inclusivity. I think the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. So we can start with your presentation. Thank you.
Am I audible? Hi.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, the floor is yours. So you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Hello, so today I'm going to talk about confluence of power dynamics, a comparative analysis of congruence in media convergence, digitization, recolonialism, and neocolonialism in India and South Africa. So the first topic is sensitivity of media convergence. Media convergence creates a complex landscape wherein the dissemination and preservation of cultural expressions, linguistic diversity, and artistic manifestation occur alongside the spread of global ideas and influences. Since our culture, both Indian and African countries' culture, is full of vibrant coloring, the Eurocentric media tends to diminish this cultural coloring. It often negates the necessity for the synergy between modern and tradition of cultural interplay. And also there is fetishizing cultural artifacts can also be found in the mainstream media. Eurocentric media and cultural identity. We had a story titled, we had a talk and a story titled The Dangers of a Single Story by Adichie, which highlights this lack of global understanding of the continent due to Eurocentric narrative. So how she was conditioned to write about white and blue-eyed characters who played in the snow. So the attitude of the world is similar to the bewildered roommate who was shocked when she heard that Adichie used to love Mirai Carey, and the professor who were reluctant to disregard the savage identity imposed by the colonial masters. Such a single story narrative hinders the cultural growth of the nation as a whole and the global understanding of it. Western media has an upper hand to perpetuate unquestioned, and this stereotypes and the myths that were created in order to justify the colonial conquests and racial-based exploitation are further re-enhanced through this media presentation. So this leads to continued underrepresentation and misrepresentation of Africa and Asia in the media. And this stereotype doesn't accurately reflect the reality of majority of Indian Americans and African Americans. So in India, there has been this prejudice against skin color, which is exemplified by the excessive use of creams like Fair and Lovely. And an interesting thing is that Indian films, so they bring foreign women, especially white-skinned female leads, to play characters, which is marketed to Indian audience. New phase of colonialism through media. Indian classics like Ramayana and Mahabharata are considered only as a means of understanding Indian mindscape. At the same time, Greek classics, which talks only about the Greek landscape, has attained universality because of their relative positioning. Through such narratives, Western media is fueling the anxiety inherent in the post-colonial nation. And the media conglomerates often use the quote-unquote term inclusivity for their own political gain and for creating the new wave of neo-colonialism. Controlled narratives by digital media. Cultural homogenization. Eurocentric media creates a hyper-reality, which results in seamless blending together of experiences so that there is no longer any clear distinction between what is real and what is artificial reality. So this hyper-reality is what the world knows about our countries. The India that the world believes is the India constructed by Danny Boyle's Slumdog Millionaire, which constructs an India full of slums. And there are many who believe that Africa is a single country, not a continent. And also they completely disregard the numerous languages that our countries have. Amplification of stereotypes. So the purpose of stereotype is not, like categories, to help one understand the world, to rather point out the differences and create hierarchies and assign value. So when we draw a parallel between India and all the African countries, we can see that there are several stereotypes. Eurocentrism mainly views Africa as primarily a jungle or a desert landscape, with the people speaking unintelligible language, while India is portrayed as a place plagued by demigods, cow worshippers, and curry-eating vegetarians. These media can act as near constant stream of visual propaganda as it predominantly showcases scenes of violence, devastation, and starvation with regards to Africa and Asia. Media shows a general tendency towards romanticizing poverty and squalor condition, and while at the same time them acting as sole savior. Also, focusing on gender inequalities and gender-based violences through the global media often overshadows the efforts and the advancement made to address them. And framing the countries predominantly within the paradigms of conflict and exoticism. And they are mainly, many of the movies and many of the media shames these countries and ridicule them on the ground of technological backwardness. So how this agency can be regained through media convergence and digitization? There are several authentic voices like Adichie and Soinga, and in Indian stalwarts like Arundhati Roy and Ruskin Bond, who have created a counterbalance to this hyper-reality, because they have tried to give a story about how the actual reality is being there. And many diasporic writers like Salman Rushdie, Ngugi wa Thiong'o, have presented the authentic portrayal of this turbulent cultural identity. Also, this digitization has resulted in democratization of voices. In fact, a person who has a smartphone and an internet connection can have their voice heard in the world. So one example is the YouTuber Charity Ekizi, who humorously shuts down the question of air conditioners in Africa. So we have to actually consider this new surge in the media convergence. At the same time, we have to nurture our own cultural identity. And therefore, inclusive media system should be there, which empower diverse voices and nurture self-determination of all nations. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You were actually right on time. So, okay. I will introduce the second speaker, Maria Marvelous. The title of our paper is Media Convergence and Decolonization in Contemporary African Context, Unraveling Colonial Narrative Through the Digital Media. A short bio about Marvelous. Marvelous is an upcoming scholar and a graduate of philosophy from the University of Ibadan, with an unwavering dedication to the academia. As scholarly pursuits are well recognized in the academic community, in addition, also an editor, he has authored numerous poems and articles and volunteered his time and expertise at the WADOC Center, that's the Women Research and Document Center, and the PAD, a Queen Initiative. He is a passionate and accomplished tutor. He's fluent in 3 national languages, and 1 foreign language is a testament to his linguistic proficiency and cultural awareness. His research interests span across African philosophy, decolonization, witchcraft studies, gender studies, ethics, and information communication technology. His contributions to these fields are invaluable and have greatly enriched the academic community. So, Marvelous, the floor is yours. Thank you. I don't know.
Hello? Yeah, I'm here. I'm a he, I'm not a she. I understand. I have Mary in my name. It's a common contradiction. I mean, it's okay. Okay, I wouldn't have to go over my title, but I would like to read my abstract so that it can guide us while I present this paper. This study seeks to critically examine how the integration of various media platforms influences the process of decolonization by challenging and dismantling prevailing colonial narratives. The purpose of this study is to show how media convergence plays an important part in Africa's ongoing decolonization efforts by presenting alternative narratives that oppose colonial ideology and prejudices. It aims to solve the question of how media convergence contributes to African decolonization and challenges existing colonial narratives. To answer this research conducts a thorough analysis of scholarly articles, case studies, and reports on African media convergence and decolonization. A content analysis of selected digital media content will also be carried out to identify examples of decolonized narratives. This is an attempt to argue that the incorporation of digital media platforms promotes the transmission of multiple voices and narratives from the African perspectives, challenging the Eurocentric dominance in media representation. As a result, by providing different perspectives, digital media convergence serves as a stimulant for decolonization initiatives. The paper will begin by presenting an overview of the historical context of media representation in Africa during the colonial era, as well as its long-term consequences for post-colonial communities. The concept of media convergence and its expressions in the current African media landscape will then be investigated. Following that, the research will look at particular instances when digital media platforms have aided the decolonization process by elevating indigenous voices and narratives. The research is expected to reveal how media convergence encourages the transformation of colonial narratives, empowering African communities to reclaim their cultural identity and facilitating the establishment of a more inclusive and representative media environment. According to the paper, furthermore, the findings are expected to shed insight on the obstacles and opportunities that digital media present in the decolonization process. You can play the video.
Nigeria. You need to appreciate where it came from.
In 1900, Britain officially assumed responsibility for the administration of the whole of what we now know as Nigeria from the Niger Company. And then, gradually over the years, British protectorates were established throughout the territory. In 1914, the protectorates were amalgamated into one Nigeria.
Well, I don't know how audible that was, but that was one way the media had been used by a Nigerian singer, Burna Boy, to give us an alternative, a contrary narrative to how Nigeria came into being. Because we've heard and we've read from secondary school in history classes that Nigeria came simply by the amalgamation of the northern and the southern protectorates. But in that song, Burna Boy was able to bring to light the exact and the truthful account of how Nigeria came into being as a result of actually a business transaction. Well, going further, I would like to state what Haline and Massini stated in their book, that there is a relationship between media and politics, showing that there is a key concept of understanding the role of the media in transformation of politics and policies, a term that is known as mediatization. That is the place media holds in politics. Media has a role that it plays in politics, and in this context, I'm trying to let us know the place of media in decolonization as it pertains to Africa. Decolonization is an important part of the global story of social change. It is the process by which countries free themselves from the oppressive effects of colonial traditions. This huge project is about reclaiming cultural authority, tearing down oppressive stories, and rebuilding historical views. The multifaceted path towards decolonization, especially in Africa, finds an unexpected ally in the field of media convergence. Media convergence is a powerful force that can change narratives, give a voice to people who have not been heard before, and question deeply rooted colonial ideas. Decolonization is not just about redrawing borders. When we talk about decolonization, we're not just saying, okay, we are breaking away from Europe, we are trying to cut it. No. It is a deep shift in ideas that tries to get rid of the effects of colonial rule. The process aims to break the ties of colonial stories that kept stereotypes alive, silence indigenous opinions, and change the truth about our history as Africans, and especially Nigeria as a foil for this study. When media convergence and the independence movement in Africa work together, they make for a modern and complicated relationship. Because once the media in Africa, in Nigeria, has decided to take up the task of representing and being the ones to talk about who we are as a people by challenging the pre-existing notions that we've received from the colonialists, then we would be facing or looking at the right path towards change. I understand that once the topic of decolonization comes up, there's some people that begin to have a frown that why do we have to always talk about decolonization? These people are no longer here. We're supposed to work ourselves out of this. We're supposed to do. But I would like to read out a historical context of what the media was during the colonial era. The colonial period in Africa was marked not only by taking over of land and the control of the government, but also by the deliberate control of how information was spread. During this time, media convergence was a strong tool in the hands of the colonial powers. They used it to shape stories, to reinforce their dominance, move their agendas forward, and keep people thinking in the Eurocentric way. The effects of this kind of media manipulation are still felt in post-colonial communities, where they have a big effect on national identities and historical stories. I mean, take Nigeria for instance. It is ridiculous for one to say that it was Mungo Park who discovered River Niger. It's a slap on the people who existed at that time. This river has been in existence long before Mungo Park was even born. And people have lived and know where this river is. And they've made use of it for business. They were fishermen. The people that existed there. Some have lived and died and lived and died. And then go to history books, you are told Mungo Park discovered River Niger, as though he came and then he created River Niger. I mean, these are
recording in progress.
These are narratives, and the problem is that they still exist in today's time. When you find the stories that are displayed on CNN and BBC about Africa, you don't hear something good. You only hear about wars. You hear about child soldiers. You hear about starvation, people suffering. Okay. This billionaire in the West
recording
has
stopped.
The poor people in Africa water. And that is what CNN takes. Okay, there's war in Nigeria. That is the only thing that you find them reporting. There are good things. There are fine places in Nigeria, in Africa, and you don't find them displaying these things. Can you play the second video? I'm going to show you a typical example, although a meme, of what it seems or it is the case when the West wants to show us or tell us something about Africa, even in today's time.
go and cook your hot.
So this
every day, James wakes up and tries to take care of his 54 children. I am poor. I have nothing apart from sperm.
This is a typical example of what we see today as, we see today as the representation of Africa by these media outlets. And we have the problem of not necessarily believing what our own media outlets, although we can fault them in cases, but we are the ones that will tell our own story. We are the ones that can correct these colonial narratives without necessarily dancing to the tunes of Eurocentrics.
Yeah, please, you have 1 minute left.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, I would just end this this paper, this presentation, by saying that all hopes are not lost. There is still a way out. There is still a way out, and one of those ways is by correcting the digital divide that is currently in place, by trying to bridge the gap between those who can access the media, those who can access accurate information about the media. Then there is also the place where people should give only accurate information online in platforms like Twitter, on social media. Basically, people should ensure that they are presenting accurate and proper information about Africa and not just there to chase clout. I understand that I no longer have time, so I would end here. Thank you.
Yeah, so please, can you hear me? Hello? Please, can you hear me?
We can
We
hear
can.
you.
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm actually the last presenter. So my name is Fadikemi Olawoye. I'm a doctoral candidate at University of Frankfurt in Germany. My research interests include Nollywood studies, costume and makeup, identity formations, and African popular culture. The title of my talk this afternoon is Neo-Capitalism Continuum, Netflix in the Nigerian film distribution, in Nigerian film digital distribution. I'll begin my talk with a short anecdote about my undergraduate experience. During my undergraduate experience at the University of Lagos, I and my colleagues frequently visit the Alaba markets in Lagos. This was the best way of spending our pastimes, also because we are huge fans and we love consuming Nigerian films. In the course of regularly visiting the Alaba market, I naturally began to catch the drift of certain things. I started to notice how Nigerian films are being displayed in VCD and DVD formats despite the copyright infringements on their intellectual properties. The media remained the only way they could display their films. This stirred my interest in the distribution of Nigerian films, and I was motivated by it. The recent changes in the modality in the distribution process have also piqued my interest. I would say the advantage of coming from Nigeria has afforded me the opportunity to get an insight into the infrastructure of the informal markets in Alaba. The essence of this short story is to point out what inspired me in writing about this topic. Introduction, I'll say, for my reading on the emergence of Netflix in Nigeria, I observed that there is a wide range of interpretation of the presence of Netflix in Nigeria, but my presentation is from the angle of neo-capitalism. In the ordinary description of new capitalism, It is commonly understood as essentially industrialized countries' hegemony over developing nations. The explanation of this term demonstrates imperialism in many post-colonial countries, but the focus here is on cultural product. Neo-capitalism, as explored in this paper, is a concept that emerged from the theoretical formulation of the German economics Karl Marx, which centers on capitalism. Most importantly, it is a discipline that is common in social science and humanities. His work is relevant to me because I examine the new way of capitalism in Netflix entry in the distribution of Nigerian film. Therefore, my work draws inspiration from Marx theory. I reflect on this framework as a way of knowledge production in exploring digital distribution of Nigerian films. Motivated by this, I propose the understanding of how Netflix has become a new form of capitalism in the distribution market of Nigerian films. Thus, this paper engages with cultural products, specifically Nigerian film, and how Netflix controls its via economic resources. It is important to point out the work of two scholars that have motivated me in writing about this paper, the work of Anginia and Ediga 2020 and Alexander Jetrosky. The work of Anginia and Ediga emphasizes on some questions regarding whether the relationship between Netflix and Nollywood will continue to be a symbiotic one. Again, if Nollywood will be a merely stepping stone for Netflix imperialistic aspiration. Of importance is the emphasis of how Netflix is capitalizing on the film market in Nigeria. This perspective harmonizes on the theme in this present concern because it sees Netflix in this imperialist imaginary. The second work is the work of Alexandra Jetrosky, What's Netflix involvement in Nigerian massive film industry really means. This is a corresponding question with that of Anginia and Ediga. Jetrosky painstakingly examines the distribution of Netflix films, particularly Lion Arts, which was produced in 2018, which the distribution rights was taken over by Netflix. Another notable work is the work of Miller, J.D. Miller 2016, which engages deeply on this subject. Miller states that in the context of distribution of Nigerian films, there have been informal markets that have previously existed before the digital ones. The informal market began their operation when Nigeria video film started in the year 1990. Outside Miller, we also have Brian Larkin 2008, which gave a detailed description of the media market in the media, technology, and cultural work in northern Nigeria, particularly the Kano market, which is a metropolitan city and is quite similar to that of Lagos. The significance of this comparison is to be aware of other filmmakers, other film markets that exist to point out what is inherent in the Nigerian film market. These experiences are the same except for the different location, and it should be noted that the informal market is gradually getting displaced with the advent of Netflix, which began its operation in 2015. Further, I'd like to talk about neo capitalism continuum. My reading on the economic history of Nigeria demonstrates that Nigeria, being a colonial society, has experienced imperialism in a lot of ways. And speaking about the new model of capitalism, which is neo capitalism, it has had a great impact in many post-colonial countries. Consequently, capitalism has been about the contention of power, even though it has occurred in many African colonies. In the case of Nigeria, it is a country that is concentrated on different capitalist commodities, and it is regarded as a third world country. We have multinational companies that came to Nigeria to capitalize our commodities. Part of these foreign companies include Shell Petroleum Company, which extracted oil from Nigeria and excluded the local producers, even though Nigeria is one of the 8 largest world oil producers. There was also the domination of other physical products such as cocoa and bitumen. The emphasis is important because it illustrates the influence that the global north has on post-colonial countries such as Nigeria. So from this, I advance that this is a new form of capitalism and is being exhibited in the relationship between Netflix and Nigerian cinema. Having discussed this fiscal product, I explore in a wider context the cultural product. In this vein, I find Nigerian cinema as a striking example of cultural product. The same kind of marginalization that applies to physical product is also identifiable with the digital distribution of Nigerian film, even though the commodities are different. I would like to conclude by saying that there's a growing fascination between Netflix and Nigerian cinema as the ongoing conversation is situated within this discourse. This article asks, who gains from the digital distribution? It should be noted that Netflix funds are the driving force behind the digital distribution, but arguably, if this strategy remains, the relationship between if the strategy remains, I'm sorry, please. The relationship will continue, especially if filmmakers and distributors are profiting from Netflix and vice versa. At the same time, the discussion is open to reimagining the positive side of Netflix digital distribution of Nigerian films, even though it is quite impossible to know the extent that the relationship will go. Thank you for listening. Yeah, so I think we can go to the Q&A sections. I don't know if there are questions from the audience, and the floor is open for question and answer, questions and comments. I don't know if there are questions from the audience, so the floor is open for questions. I can't hear anyone. Hello?
We can hear you, but I don't think there's any question from here.
Okay, I mean like further questions from the audience and
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't think anyone has indicated in asking a question from here. Maybe those online have questions.
yeah, I don't know if anyone online has a question about the presentation. Okay. I think I would like to ask a marvelous question myself about the presentation. I think I really enjoyed your presentation, but I would just like to ask further why you kept emphasizing on why I would like to ask further why you kept emphasizing on the narrative about Nigeria from the global north, why you think it's a negative narration from the video clips that you showed us.
Well, I understand that I kept using Nigeria as a foil because I grew up here, and from our educational structure, we have been disadvantaged in the respect in what? Okay, we have been disadvantaged in the light of in respect to history. I understand that it is no longer a compulsory subject in secondary schools now, and there is this adage which I might not necessarily say is correct or true, but if you don't know where you are coming from, you might not know where you are necessarily going to. This is so because our stories are what can shape us. If you know you have a bad story, then you'll be able to work for a better future. But if you have distorted narratives about who you are, you will find it difficult to grow or become better. We need to tell ourselves our proper stories. We've not been told the right stories as Nigerians. We've been deceived. I was not able to really talk more, it will reflect well in my paper, in this paper. But right from the earliest days of independence, they've been this mission to correct the narratives that the Westerners, I mean the colonialists, gave us about us. Because they wrote it. They gave us these things, and I was not there when these things happened. It is the only what I have to verify is the information they have now. And if we have people that have been able to do researches and go into these things, as I've made you see through the work of one of the videos from Burna Boy, would be getting better pictures of who we are. We'll be getting better orientation of how we can become better people, become stronger people, and effect the needed change in our society.
So, but the question is, how will this change? Like, what are your suggestions on how this change, how they can be effected? Because you've only stated these problems.
Well, I couldn't do all of that. But first of all, we need to work on our own media outlets to ensure that they give us accurate information. Because even the media outlets here give us distorted information. And one reason is because it is regulated. Once you find a new a media outlet trending or standing for the truth, I don't know if there's a fake truth or there's a real truth, but standing for the truth, you begin to find that the government attacks that platform. Arise TV has gone through that. At a point, Channels TV went through that. At a point, AIT went through that. But if we are able to make strong and make authentic should be the word. If we are able to make authentic the information that our media outlets give us, then we will be on the path to change. Because I grew up in the north, and sometimes I had to go back to Maiduguri, and I'll be in Maiduguri, my dad will call me and be like, because he wasn't in Maiduguri, he will say, "Where are you? I just saw on the news that there's a bomb blast." If I tell you to go to Maiduguri now, you will say, no. If you tell someone in the south, because I'm in the south now, go to Maiduguri, or you have been posted to serve in Yola, you'll be like, no, Boko Haram, the whole of that place is a burial ground, basically. But this is what the media presents to us, and it's distorted, to be honest. Because I was in Yola in 2022. I spent a month in Yola, and it was more peaceful for me to live in Yola than to live in Abuja, where I was spending the other part of my holidays. There are places in Abuja I couldn't go into once it is dark, but I can walk anywhere I want to in Yola. And the same with Maiduguri. Maiduguri is growing. I mean, I have family there. So the media does not give us authentic information. So if we are able to trust, imagine you can trust an outlet and be sure that whatever this person gives you is going to be true. Let me give a more practical example. We have individuals in Nigeria that give us more authentic information that you can trust more than what the media outlet can give you. Someone like Hondei, someone like Fisayo Shoimbo, he just brought out an undercover story yesterday on an orphanage that sells children. These two individuals and a host of other Nigerians go the extra mile, do what other media outlets don't do, to give us accurate and authentic information. So I think the first step towards making things correct is to ensure that our media houses give us the right information.
Yeah, I think you actually make sense, because I agree with some of your points, but I would just say that sometimes the media houses are state-sponsored. So when a media house is state-sponsored, the information is also vetted. So you can't expect like authenticity in some areas. So in that way, I think I kind of disagree with you. I don't know if you make sense.
I don't know if I'm very correct, but these media outlets are owned, not all of them are funded by the state. I know NTA is funded by the state. So if NTA is giving us that type of information, I wouldn't have a problem with it. But channels, AIT is owned by the late Raymond Dukwesi. I'm very certain of that. And he's not the government. I don't know who owns channels, but there is, I know Tinubu has a house, yes. And Arise TV, these are not funded by the state. And these guys can give out information. But where I'll agree with you is that before this, there are some information that we understand Nigerian Broadcasting Corporation, right? I think that is the body, regulates the type of information that can be passed. I think that is where your point can come in, because the state actually regulates certain information and then makes it difficult for these houses to give us authentic information. So I get that. So one way or the other, the change has to begin from the state too, to give these houses the freedom that the press actually ought to have, to report everything that they should report, basically.
Okay, I think that makes sense. Any concluding thought from Vashni? I'm so sorry, I mispronounced. Are you online? The first presenter. Yeah. Do you have like concluding thoughts on your paper? We have like 5 minutes left. Maybe you still want to say something to
So I
clarify.
feel like there has been parallel between how the media portrays India also. Like how there has been like this narrative that there is only slum here, and how we have been like technologically backward. And so there has been like several criticism when people, our Indian state-sponsored space agency, they release certain spacecrafts, and so there has been like this sort of bewilderment within the media because of how the media has been portraying India. And so while I was researching on that, and I read certain articles like how certain other countries are being misrepresented. So I really think like there are certain authentic representation also, like this with this new wave of social media and the smartphones. There has been people who are like spreading awareness or like portraying the real issue and real situation in several countries. But I think the media needs to be more sensitive. Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, thank you for that contribution. Okay, we have just 3 minutes left. I don't know if maybe our online participants also have like any thoughts or ideas to share on the presentation before we call it a wrap. Okay, if not, I think we are really going to close this panel session. It's been an interesting one, engaging with the other two participants, and I really appreciate it. So I think we'll call it a wrap. Thank you very much for your presentations.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
pray, God, you are the Lord of the sea, the Lord of the land, the Lord of the air. You will be with him. Grant him journey mercies in Jesus' name. As you go with us. And we're hearing goodness from and concerning each other. In Jesus' mighty name, we have prayed.
Okay, I will now hand over the microphone to Father Patrick Akonde for the final blessing.
May the Lord bless us all as we go in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Thank you very much. And journey mercy to each and every one of you. Thank you very much. Okay, let's take group pictures. Where do we do that? Here or outside?